I say, it's very innocent. Africans are very peaceful people. I will say we are very peaceful people. I know it may not seem wrap it up. Yeah, I know it may not seem like it, but we are very peaceful, innate people in our hearts. We're just peaceful people. We Europeans are not peaceful people. They are a very warlike type of people, savage people.
Savages.
Thank you, Nessa. Thank you. So I am God. What is it you care to add?
Oh man, I have so much to say, but we're gonna jump to some of the less. Brother Daniel,
we'll give you a fresh 5. You got 5 minutes to say what's on your mind.
Yes, thank you. Les, I think that's the name. You talking about things take shape, things that man does that. Steve has said a lot of it that was correct as well. We are the creators, we're the destroyers. We give life, we take life, we move mountains. We feed the animals. We look out. Now, there's evil on this earth, yes. We look out after each other. So all that you said, I didn't understand. Factories is what made your couch to look to that shape. Factories made the TV look the way it looked. Factories made these clothes, the hat, and that shape, that knife, and that shape. You see, factories done it. And we ship these things to you, and you accept it. You don't never push it back and go, I don't want that because that's man-made. I'm waiting for God to send me out his own image. You see, when you're on that table, that doctor, make sure that your heart is beating, that you pulled through that surgery. You see? So I'm going to leave that one alone. And Nessa, brother, oh my God. There's a saying where you should just keep quiet and let people think you smart instead of opening your mouth and moving all reasonable doubt. The people in this room, I'm sure we're older than you. We're older than you that you didn't have to give us no history. Woman matter, dropped it down on you real quick. That law, that drawn out, nice and simple. And you just sat there and said how Europeans are evil, how they're nasty. But what you didn't understand, how you just came in this room with white people and just said about the things you said in the manner, in the tone of your voice. So you pretty much wasn't representing good Africans. You see? So I would say to you, go in a space that makes you uncomfortable. Hear me when I say that. Let this be scripture. Go where you are happy. Because evidently, your soul isn't good. It's not nice. Just like the last man who kept saying, oh, y'all racist, y'all racist. Why would you put yourself in that area, in that room, around those people? You see? It doesn't do good for the soul. It really doesn't. It makes you respond and talk like you're talking now because you look at that. No, we wasn't blind. No, we're not looking at the world or America through this because I'm wise enough now. Got my third eye open. Don't blame no white man. Don't blame the black man. I would blame myself because the situation that I put myself in. And you should be grown enough to know now. Anybody got to put you on a pot to piss no more. You should know. Don't look at that way because evidently it makes you angry. I'm just like Steve up there when he said, I don't care your race. I don't care your color. You're an asshole because you're an asshole. Now, am I prejudiced? Yes, because there's some things I don't like. There's some people that I don't like. But you're too old, brother, to be coming here, probably come to America that you probably dislike, you don't like, but you come here. You're taking our resources. You see? Then you probably go back to Africa. I don't know. Don't know. But the way you're
I'm not in America, brother. I'm not in America.
Okay. I said I don't know. I said you may come to America. You may have been to America. I didn't say you are American. But why go to a place that you don't like? That's my point. I land.
Thank you very much for that, God. We'll come around. First, I'd just like to say, if anybody would like to come on up. Hang on, guys.
Hang on, that's it.
If anyone else would like to come on up and add to the conversation or, talk about whatever's on your mind, you can come on up and get your Fresh 5 too. I am now going to turn it back over to JCC to decide which direction we're going to take next.
Excellent. Thank you, Violet. This is fun. I really enjoy this conversation. I want to, Elliot, we were chiming in when asking you to speak in hour number 2. It's now hour number 3. Elliot, you got a moment to talk. You can get your Fresh 5 while we still got time for Fresh 5s, bro. What's on your mind, Elliot? Are you there?
I'm just listening.
I don't know. The conversation about the race is always cringe, but thanks for that.
But of course, Elliot, of course, you're so welcome. So Les, you want to respond? I'll give you a minute or so to respond. What was on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. Everyone who spoke and addressed what I said didn't say anything that I felt was substantial. Like your guy Steve up there, I spoke about order, and then he's talking about cancer. And where does cancer happen? Do you have sand and rocks getting cancer? Isn't cancer in cells? That's order. Cancer don't just go ahead and grab on the metal and
Okay, so let's dialogue back and forth. So actually, cancer is disorder, right? He was using that as an example in antithesis to the order that you're claiming, right? And I also gave you
disorder within the cell.
Please do not interrupt. I also gave you a response to rebut your intelligent design argument. I don't know if that's what you knew you were doing. You're making a claim. Look at things that, like, look at the trees argument. Trees seem to be ordered, right? Therefore, there must be an intelligent designer behind these trees. There's nothing to conclude from that because we can see things that are ordered by intelligent beings like us, and then we can compare and contrast things that do not need a quote-unquote a designer. And that's why Steve brought up volcanoes, hurricanes, tornadoes. Those are the opposite of order. And if you're claiming all things are from an intelligent designer, it doesn't follow because there's disorder in the same thing. So just because you see complexity does not mean it's intelligent design. That's it.
Thank you. See, I was able to allow you to speak and you communicated clearly without interrupting you. Let me be able to speak. Okay? So when we talk about volcano, does volcano happen in the air? It happened in the earth. That's ordered. Okay? It happened in a specific location. You don't expect planes to be flying underground. So your idea of disorder is happening within a specific vicinity that accommodate for that activity to happen in that location. So it's still ordered. So whatever you say about volcanoes, tornadoes, they're not happening in random places that they're not supposed to be occurring. So it's still ordered. And that the brother who spoke and talking about couches being manufactured at factory. Brother, who runs the factory? Isn't human being running the factory? Don't they design the couches before they make it? So the factory just build themselves and run themselves and ship things. Nobody shipping things. So I don't know where you're coming from with your idea of laying on the couches made by factories and you don't send them back. That's kind of like, I don't know. That's a childish way of looking at things. That the world is well ordered and is designed by God. So, and a lot of the people that claim that God does not exist, they don't even know where they're from or how to even survive without food, and God created the earth and put everything here to sustain us, and we are enjoying his order. And I asked a question that no one has been able to really answer.
10 seconds, wrap it up. 10 seconds,
show me
10 seconds,
yeah,
wrap it
show
up.
me something around us that have an order that wasn't created by someone. Show me something that has an order within our vicinity, in our home, in our environment, that has a shape, that has a specific function for that shape that wasn't created by someone. Show me something like that. And if you can answer that question, then I'll...
Thank you, Les. Go on mute. Thank you.
Go on mute. Yeah, no, hang on, no. Everybody go on mute. Firstly, standing ovation for Violet and JCC. Thank you guys for running the show while I took my break. I definitely appreciate it, and I want to give a quick response to Les, and then we'll go over the rules of the show and take it home for the last 29 minutes. So, according to Les, anybody that does not believe in God, this is what I gather from Les. I'm paraphrasing, but this is what I gather. If you don't believe in God, you are not logical, you are foolish, and although he didn't say it, he did say not logical, and he said foolish. So basically, according to Les, over 500 million people on the planet, because there are a minimum of 500 million atheists on the planet.
That's according to you. That's not according to me.
Oh, no. That's according to statistics and numbers. Go on mute, please. Hang on. Go on mute.
Go on mute.
Go on mute, please. Go on mute, please. Thank you. It is a statistical fact that 8 to 10%, 8 to 10% of the population of both the United States and the world are atheists. The world's population right now is between 7.5 and 8 billion people on the planet. Now, we can go 10% of that. That would be 800 million. I took the more conservative approach, 500 million. Basically, what you're saying, Les, is if you don't believe in God, basically you're not logical and you're foolish. You did say that. So you are accusing between 500 and 800 million people of being foolish and not logical, which is fine. You're entitled to do that. We will not kick you out of the room for that. That is your opinion, and that is fine. I got no problem with that. Please go on mute. Thank you. We'll give you a chance to give your closing thoughts. It's not a problem. For those of you that are here for the first time, this is how the show works. We encourage you to come on stage and give your opinion. You can talk about whatever you want, just like we let Les give his opinion. Even though we disagree with it, it's his opinion. No problem at all. Just have a take and don't suck. That being said, I show Jonetta is next in the queue. Jonetta, it's a pleasure to see you back on the show. What would you like to talk about?
Hey.
Hey, if you could speak up just a little, that would be amazing.
Okay. Let me see. How is that? Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Absolutely, especially because you're here.
Thank you. I love being in this room, hearing all the conversations, what folks love to say, and thank you so much, Steve and the Mod Squad.
And do you know why we love you being in the room?
I've heard you say something to that effect.
In fact, I'll say the first half and you say the rest, because the show is better with you
than without you.
Love that! Go ahead, Jonette.
Okay. All right. So, what I'd like to share is a book. Actually, a couple of books. By the same person. It's by a guy called Grady. He's a PhD. And the title of the book is The Injustice of Justice. Now, this guy, Don Grady, he's a person who was an international negotiator, and he's like a chief of, he was with like the FBI Academy graduate, Northwestern School of Police Staff and Command.
I have to interrupt you very quickly. You guys, I'm being texted by Norm. He claims he's being blocked. I sent him a direct invite. He claims he's being blocked. Just an FYI. Jonette, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Please continue.
He's not blocked on my list.
And I appreciate it. And we don't have too many mods today, so, whatever. But I sent him a direct text invite. Go ahead, Jen.
Okay. Yeah, this Don Grady, he was also United Nations staff at the United Nations Staff College of Turin, Italy. He's part of the police commander for the International Police Commander for the United Nations. Okay, so he was involved with a lot of stuff. And what I like about this book is that I haven't read it yet. I read another one from him, which I'll mention. This other person, who's a co-author of a book called Stress Management for Law Enforcement Officers. And he's also a PhD doctor, a professor of criminal justice and that kind of stuff, right? So anyway, I like that this Dr. Anderson, or this PhD Dr. Anderson, said Don Grady has presented a policing model that is way ahead of its time. So, what I found interesting, he said way ahead. He didn't just say ahead, he said way ahead. And this book was published in 2012. Anyway, I was led to that book actually by another book he wrote, which is The Absurdity of Compromise, the art of resolving conflict so everyone wins. So, now that book actually inspired me to write my book. It was part of the inspiration for my book, The Prosperity Mission. But let me see. I wanted to say that because I work with groups who are concerned about children, we're here for the children. And because I was also in studying this stuff here, I've connected with a lady in North Carolina who has a prison ministry where she focused on the effect of imprisonment on not only the prisoner but the family, and how when someone goes to prison, it's not just that one person, it affects the whole family, including the children. And sadly, so many folks are falsely imprisoned because we do know that there's more folks in prison than there were in slavery, I've heard. Anyway, it's a sad state of being, I would say. And hopefully we'll be able to, those who have an interest and desire to empower, make the world a better place, I think, will consider that there is an alternative to, let's see what they call this. There's such thing as restorative something. I don't know. Be about restoring rather than tearing down families. That's the idea from the folks that I've connected with in terms of thinking about how the humanity and inhumanity of humans. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you for listening.
Jonetta, as always, it's a pleasure having you on the show. You came on at the end, so we're going to give you a first-class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. You are the first one. Again, if you're in the audience and you want to come up, do it within the next 5-10 minutes, because after that, it's going to be impossible. JCC, if you could unmute very quickly. Have we gone to Andrew in the past 40 minutes?
Andrew has spoken earlier, but he has not had a second go-round.
Okay, has anybody on stage right now not spoken in the past half hour? Round 3. So
I would say Mo and Andrew have not.
All right.
Madam, I am God in the last.
Yeah. Mo, okay, so we'll go to Mo first. Mo, good. It's a pleasure to talk to you again. This is the final opportunity. Would you like a few minutes for closing thoughts, burning desires to say goodbye? Mo.
I appreciate the opportunity. I don't have anything, but I wish everyone a well day. Thank you.
Mo, on behalf of the Mod Squad, we wish you and your family a fantastic remainder of your day. First-class escort down the red carpet to the Ivy. Woo! Well, there you go. And I think Madam would be next, if Madam wants.
Well, Paul is new on stage.
Paul is new, so we're going to go to
new. Back, I think.
Yeah, right, yeah, we called on him before he wasn't available. Thank you, JCC. Paul, good morning. Pleasure to see you on the show. And what would you like to talk about, Paul?
How you doing, Uncle Steve?
You care.
You know I do.
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing marvelous.
I love that.
I have nothing to say, but
Okay.
all I want to say is people stop bothering each other and respect each other. And have a great week.
I love that. Paul, thank you very much. First class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. JCC, I need your help again. Do you have a recommendation who I should go do next?
Andrew, maybe, or because I want Les to hang around because he asked a question for us to give a response to something that we understand that does not have order to it. And I have an elaborate response, and I hope.
Well, I think we should do that now. Okay, so what is the question again? Something.
He wants us to demonstrate something that exists that does not have order. So there are a couple of things.
That was not my question. I'm sorry.
All right, fair enough. Les, what is your question?
My question was, show me something either in nature or that observed in our environment that has a specific shape, and that shape has a specific function. For example, a plane have a wing on it, and that causes the plane to fly.
That is fine. That is fine. No. That is fine. Go on mute. We got it. A specific shape, a specific function, such as an airplane wing. JCC, do you understand?
No, there's
And that wasn't created by someone.
Okay, so you want a demonstration of something that has a function that was not created by a thinking agent.
It has a shape, and that shape has
A tree.
You know what, JCC, how about if I let you say goodbye to him with his clip? You take this over for his closing thoughts, and then maybe you want to throw it out to the rest of us Mod Squad, but you take it over for Les. Go ahead.
Sure thing. So Les is asking for something that we understand, like a plane was created and made by thinking agents. I agree to that. Now there are other things, like a tree. We can look at a tree and we can imply intent behind it, because when we watch what a tree and other plants and fauna do, right, they provide oxygen for our mammals and other living things on the planet. We can imply that has intent. However, there's nothing pointing to it actually having intent behind it. So a tree is a great example of something that exists that does not require the hand of a thinking agent. Now, a theist is going to say, yes, that thinking agent is God. However, that is a subjective belief. That is the issue there.
Well,
and so hang on, Les, I'll pass it around to other mod squatters who want to add to that to help Les understand what. Steve, what do you say?
I have no idea what the fuck you two are talking about.
Alfonso, are you following what I'm saying? I guess not. So,
I'm really not following. Not what you're saying, JCC, but the idea of the question. I mean, is he asking, like, did anything that we use functionally just appear fully shaped? Or, I mean, I guess I really don't
Violet's
understand
being
this
very
question.
nice. Violet is not saying she has no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Even though it's true, she's asking a qualifying question. Good for you, Violet.
I would agree that everything that has been designed by man has a function, but I mean, I guess I don't see how that applies to a creator exactly. Because, I mean, he's not just like making this stuff appear for us.
AJCC, and again, because I don't understand, but what about enriched uranium?
What about it?
Well, does that qualify as something that man has created that does not have a specific shape or a specific design? Does it qualify or does it not? Because I don't understand.
I don't see the analogy with that. I'm not too sure, because I was going to give things that exist that do not have quote unquote inherent purpose. Right?
Please do. I'm going back on mute.
Yeah, no worries. But he's asking. Go ahead, dude. What do you want to say? We got
you mentioned a tree.
Yes.
When you look at a tree, Your example is supposed my argument because the tree has a root and the root is supposed to be in the soil. Have you ever seen a tree with the leaves in the soil and the roots up? So it's an order there.
I understand that. Yes, that order comes about through natural processes. That's why I gave you that example, right? You're wanting an
created by God.
Okay, so that's where you're just inserting your subjective belief. I'm not denying you your belief in God, right? However, we have what's called comparison and contrast. When we understand how a car is made, right, we know that car is made from thinking agents. We can interact with the thinking agent. We can, back in the day when Mr. Ford was alive, you could shake Mr. Ford's hand. So people who say the same as the way a car was made, so was planet Earth, right? However, that is a belief system, right? We cannot shake the hand of God according to my understanding of God existing objectively, right? So you're making a personal subjective claim that because I see complexity, this complexity aligns with the car. A car is complex, therefore it's designed by an intelligent being. I agree. However, when you apply that to the Earth, it doesn't follow because we don't have a comparison and contrast to our understanding how the Earth came about, right? It came about through gravity and stardust within space. We don't see a person, a thinking agent putting it together the same way we do a car. That is a problem, Les. I hope you understand.
No, I don't, because when you look at science, there's a lot of aspect of science that you don't have a direct molecule that you can.
When you look at, I know I'm interrupting you. When you look at science, there has never once, not once, ever been a scientific. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. There has never once been a scientific experiment to prove or disprove the existence of God. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to give your closing thoughts uninterrupted, and then we will give you a first-class escort to the VIP.
Thank you. So what I was saying is, when you look at science, even we have electrons. Have you seen and touched an electron before? But you believe it's there, right? So why wouldn't you believe that God is there based on all the evidence that is around us? But or it has something called the Pauli exclusion principle, where it said no two electrons, no two quantum element can be in the same space at the same time. And let's say if we're trying to, the horseshoe crab, for example, the blood of the horseshoe crab is used for biological tests. You don't see the virus, but you look at the chemical reaction and the readout. They have a colorimetric readout. So if I'm testing for a virus using the horseshoe crab blood, I'm going to look for a color that is produced as a result of my experiment. So I don't see the virus. I don't know the virus there, but I have evidence of the virus being there because I see the color which I designed my experiment to let me know that the virus is there. You understand? So science, when you talk about science, not everything in science is definitive. Some things are inferred, okay? We can infer that this is happening because of our readout and what we get as a result of our experiment. So that's the exact same thing you can infer that there is a God because there is order to the universe. The sun, you expect it to come out tomorrow, and the sun rises from the east every day and sets in the west every day. That is order. God designed everything. So for you to come here and look at all these complexity and order that is in our universe and say it's all happening based on a Big Bang, I mean, come on. That's like elementary, okay? Because if we ask you talk about the Big Bang, what is the Big Bang? You say it happened from a particle. Where did the particle come from? It's the God particle. Or now you call it the God particle, huh? You still say there is a God within your own theory of the Big Bang. And you say that the universe is expanding infinitely. Those things were plausible when people didn't have knowledge. Now people have knowledge to think, to know that the universe is not just designed randomly where you have bacteria. When you look inside of a cell, you look at a mitochondria. It has a specific function. It's
60 seconds, sir.
Okay,
60
you have to produce
seconds.
energy. You have the lysosome. that clean up the cell. You have the semi-permeable membrane. Let's just take a cell that we don't even see that exists in our body. The amount of order that is in that cell is not even the accident before you can say there is no God. From the microscopic things that we do not see to the most complex thing that we see, everything has an order. It's all designed by God. You can talk to your elementary student and convince them, but no adult with brain cells will ever believe that there is no God. And if you do believe that, yes, you are insane. That is my stance.
Thank you. Do not go away. Please hang out for a few minutes. First class escort to the VIP. And I want everybody in the audience and the mod squad to listen to what I have to say. Get your tape recorders ready. What we just experienced is exactly why we do this show. And it is exactly what we say once an hour. We encourage everybody, regardless of if I agree, disagree, like you, don't like you, to come up and get your fresh five. Just have a take and don't suck. Les clearly had a take, and he didn't suck. I completely disagree with him, but he is a classic example of why the show is designed the way it is designed. And I will say this, and then we'll move on to Andrew. For Les to say that if you don't believe in God, and he didn't say you're an idiot, but he did say earlier, you're
He said we're insane. He said
we're insane. No less, we're not insane. I can tell you for 100% certainty that I am not insane. JCC is not insane. Violet believes in God or a higher power, but she's on the show. And the other 500 million plus atheists on the planet are not insane.
Alfonso's not insane.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot Alfonso, and he's not insane. So the only thing wrong that you said, the only part of your take that did suck, was because we don't agree with you. We are insane. I know plenty of people that believe in God that have enough respect for me and other atheists not to call us insane. You, on the other hand, find some reaching desire, not only once, not only twice, 3 times, to call us insane. I got news for you. We're not insane. Andrew, pleasure to see you on the show. Would you like some closing thoughts?
Speak for yourself. There.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've been cleaning my fridge listening, so I wouldn't have had an opportunity to speak.
You've been cleaning your house.
My
He
fridge.
said fridge specifically.
Okay, fair enough.
But, you know, I would have appreciated an opportunity in each of the hours. However, that didn't work out that way. And I know you get a lot of people.
We called on you in order. I'm sorry. I humbly apologize for that.
Now, since Prophet, so speaking of Prophet, he did say something, and it's in the replay, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I think he said that only racists call people racists. And he was calling us all racist the whole time. So that's kind of bizarre. In terms of order, there's a famous phrase, I was only following orders. So that's my response to that one. Yeah, because things exist, therefore there's a God. That's pretty well the equation that the gentleman was giving us. Because it exists, therefore there's a God. So, not sure that I completely agree with that one. I think I need a little bit more evidence, like, I don't know, putting something into a horseshoe crab blood, perhaps. Anyway. Other than that, today I'm off to a little birthday party for my stepdaughter-in-law. I guess that would work out that way. And we got the cake now, and my fridge is all clean. We got company coming this week. My wife's brother from Vancouver is coming out for a visit for 3 or 4 days, and then off to Toronto. So it's going to be a busy week. I'm in the middle of an audit, so I got to kind of mix that into the flow here before Wednesday. So lots of fun. Anyway, everybody have a great week.
And Andrew, don't go away. Stick around for a minute or two. First class escort to the VIP. Andrew, on behalf of the Mod Squad, we humbly apologize, sincerely apologize for missing you. In the future, if that happens, just shout out at the appropriate time. Hey guys, did by chance did you miss me? This is Andrew, and that's okay. That's definitely within the way how the show works. If we miss you, because you are right, we have to deal with keeping an orderly stage. That being said, let's say goodbye to Alfonso. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, thanks for the show.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it went well.
Yeah.
I will be running a room inspired in today's room. I just pinned the link. There was nothing on the Jumbotron, so...
Right. No, you can pin stuff on the Jumbotron if there's nothing there, sure.
So, because of today's conversation, when it was questioned or we went into whether atheists or spirituals or religious were happier, I actually...
And we were accused of being insane multiple times, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So I gathered a few articles from the web that seemed to be quite reliable to study and read them so we can actually know what the numbers say in terms of happiness and secularism and spirituality. So I hope to see people there, and thanks for the show today.
Right, and before we move on to Violet and the JCC, I wonder, I didn't ask him, I forgot. Got caught up in the heat of the moment. When he accused me multiple times of being insane, am I insane when it only comes to God? And yet the way I raise my family, I'm completely normal. The way I've succeeded in my career for 35 years, I'm completely normal. The way I've dealt with this show, my partners, my friends, my lovers, completely normal. Or when I was accused of being insane 3 times, am I insane for my entire life, every aspect of it? I forgot to ask him that. Violet, would you like to say goodbye?
Well, I know he wasn't technically accusing me of insanity because I believe in God.
Yes,
but I tell you
right.
what, Steve, I'm crazy for you.
Love that.
No, it was a hell of a show today, no pun intended. It was really popping the whole time. We had a lot of speakers. I'm really glad everybody joined
Violet,
us.
you're right, it was popping.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to go through a little bit of withdrawal next weekend. I'm really excited about going to Oregon and meeting up with Cora, but I'm going to sure miss you guys too. I hope everybody has a great next 2 weeks, and
I'm
I will
sorry
be
I
back.
won't be able to see you, but I completely understand the logistical nightmare.
Yeah, exactly. But another time, Steve, I'm gonna get out to Cali.
There you go.
I know you'll roll out the red carpet.
I've got a guest room waiting for you and your hubby anytime you want,
Absolutely.
sweetie. No problem.
All right. Well, I will see everybody again in 2 weeks, and goodbye for now.
And last but not least, JCC, standing ovation. Fucking excellent job taking control first half of hour number 3 with Violet, running the show in the way that I wanted you to run it. Would you like to say goodbye?
Of course, Steve, and thank you so much. And Violet, thank you for co-modding with me always. It's always a pleasure having you by my side, whether you're taking the reins or I'm taking the reins. I think we're a great team. And Steve, thank you so much for your compliments. I appreciate it. Les, so I definitely want you to hear this. I don't think any of us atheists or any of us mods have insinuated God believers weren't insane. So I do appreciate that the courtesy goes both ways. There's no necessity for saying either one of us are insane. It is your belief that God exists, and I would not take that away from you. However, when it comes to discussions on whether or not it's a requirement and necessity and exists in objective reality, that is the problem. Like Steve said before, there's nothing definitive to demonstrate God does exist or God does not exist. It is a belief. And when it comes to science and scientific method, you are correct. It does change. It changes with more information, more data, that we lean towards the better information and we change the position. However, it doesn't change that drastically. It actually improves and expands on that theory, and it supports it better. So that's how it works. So this claim that God must exist, that's your belief, and that's where it lies. And I would never take your belief away, and I would never call you insane. So that's all. But to that, a great Sunday, great room, great pop and convo, and thanks again, Steve, and wish you all happy trails. And Violet, I'm so happy you're going to get to hang out with Cora in real life. How exciting is that? That's awesome.
Yeah, and I would be more than happy to further discuss insanity, because us atheists don't believe in God. I have never called anybody who believes in God insane. I believe it's perfectly logical to believe in God. I also think it's perfectly logical not to believe in God. There is evidence on both sides of the aisle. I just believe that the evidence on the side against the existence of God is more compelling, more believable, and more substantial. I realize majority of people, 80 to 90%, believe the evidence in favor of God is more believable, more substantial, more compelling. But I'm not going to call anybody insane because of their belief. I don't even call flat earthers insane. Okay, and I know that the world is not flat. But that being said, we are done. On behalf of the Mod Squad, we wish you and your families a great remainder of your weekend. We will be back next Saturday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and next Sunday, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Take care, everybody. Goodbye. Be careful on the clubhouse streets. And JCC, why don't you say the standard last words for the show?
Another great show in the bank of bullshit and waste of time.
Decent service and customer service. About spirits, the frontiers, because they know they're paying for cheap tickets. So not only is it they're in the back of their mind, they know they have a better chance of getting to their destination safely because they're on a plane, but they're like, oh, like I'm at the lowest probability because I decided to fly with Spirit. Like I think that was both that and them knowing that they're paying for an uncomfortable seat. Like people are dealing with both. Even if it is just a joke, the joke shouldn't be there because the other airlines will let the joke.
We lost you, brother. We can't hear you.
I have to fly a lot of these airlines just because of where I'm at in the country. And at the end, though, Spirit did get comparably worse than Allegiant and others. I don't know what was going on. Maybe it was just a self-fulfilling prophecy with the ultra-low budget stuff. But the staff was bad. The seats were terrible. And I'm talking relative to, like, really crappy airlines.
It's like socially, when you're having conversations, I jumped on Spirit, people kind of look at you crazy, like they put you in a category, right? But here's the thing. I used to travel quite a bit. And suddenly, I just really, I don't know, I got something with flying all of a sudden. Hopefully that goes away. But so that's why I wouldn't even take spirit because of that stereotype right there. That right there, I'm automatically, even if I get a good price, I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. The plane, in my mind, I'm thinking that the planes are faulty. So yeah, I'm sure other customers feel the same.
Okay, so then that goes to Jamal's point. They had no major crashes. Their fleet was younger. They had all Airbus. That's literally what Jamal's point is. I don't know why Jamal was getting mocked for his point. If people feel, that's the point we're making earlier, if people feel Spirit is less safe than United or Delta, they would be wrong. They would actually be wrong. That's actually the point. So what you just said is wrong, and that is all narrative building. That's the problem. The other thing is that, and I mean all due respect, if someone's ego is bound up in any way by people looking at them suspect because of what plane they just flew to get across the country, you should go to a therapist. I may be a square BAN. I may be a square BAN, but that's the most insane thing. Hey man, how'd you get here? Yo, we took Delta. Oh, you the man, son. You took Delta. Oh, it was the ladies one. Okay, would you take Spirit? Oh, you took Spirit. Oh, I gotta go inside and cry. Like, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. We're trying to get from point A to point B. At the house, you got a 1999 Honda Civic that your great auntie left you when she died. But you're worried about being on Spirit Airlines. Like, that not saying you remember, but anybody, that means you really have some deep self-esteem issues, and you probably need Lacanian and Freudian psychoanalysis because you were caught up in an Oedipus complex of the third degree. Yeah. That is absolutely insane to me that a grown man or a grown woman would care what somebody says about what airline they took. That is the most and this is the problem, but that's why y'all gotta read Harvard Business Review, Stanford Business Review, etc. I read every month when I get it. Because it's a form of it's a trick bag. It's a mental technology.
Hey Dan, look at Q's tagline. I love it. A to B safely. That's a dope campaign right there. Okay, I like that.
Hey,
along those lines, that's a dope campaign.
One other interesting. There was one other interesting fact about Spirit, believe it or not. A lot of the customers were able to join the Mile High Club with Spirit. Cheap, relatively, not really monitored that well. So you could really join the Mile High Club pretty easy.
American, I don't know if that's true. Americans, according to the data from the Fed and economists, and sociologists, etc., don't have $400 cash for emergencies or $1,000 cash for emergencies. But you need to fly business class to go from Atlanta to Dallas to get a turkey leg from the turkey leg hut and a jump off that you're going to meet in a lounge. What's happening? I mean, who cares how it's the plane? It's in the air.
Now see, Ben, that's what I'm talking about in terms of marketing. You said jump off. Now, if they had targeted that demographic, because that demographic was loyal to Spirit. I was forever hearing people on Clubhouse talking about they flying the flu. What was it called when I first joined? Flued out. Flued out. They were flying them out on Spirit.
Wow. Yeah, it's just a bizarre thing. But this is what I love. We'll have a conversation, and many people are, I couldn't take Spirit. It was too cheap. It wasn't. In an hour, motherfuckers will be complaining about gas prices that went up 6 cents last night. Make that make sense. So you'll spend an extra $300, $400, $500 so you can be on Delta business class, balling, because you got a free Coke Zero girl. I got a free Coke Zero girl. Okay, you do that. But then you need to stop at the gas station on the way home and only got $6 in your car and use that $6 to get home so you can then call somebody to get cash out to pay for your gas. We're complaining about gas going up 80, 67 cents a gallon, but you'll spend an extra $3,000, an extra $300, $400 to get to the same place. Are we listening to ourselves? This country is so schizophrenic around markets and capital and spending. It's insane. Oh, I can't take Spirit. That's cheap. Cool. Why are you complaining about gas prices? Oh my God, you heard the other day. Oh, it's an extra $10 to fill up my tank. Miriam, how many times a week? A month? It's like 2-3 times. Cool, that's $30 a month. Will you take Spirit? No, it's too cheap. I have to take United first class. That's why the country is the shithole that it is.
That is very bizarre. That is so true, though. But people was looking at me like I'm crazy because I bought an EV because I like to not pay for as much gas. But all those people crying about these high-ass gas prices, I'm winning.
To Spirit one time and had almost the whole back of the plane.
Yeah, I put it. I guess I'm mini crashing by going to all caps. Someone said it's not cheap when you have bags. You have to pay for bags for Delta and everywhere you have to pay for bags. That is a constant cost. It's still cheaper. Oh, not the carry-on. So the carry-on costs $15. Like, what are we doing? Let's look it up. Spirit cost for carry-on $36 to $65. Still cheaper.
That's crazy.
This is what you do.
That's crazy.
Wait, when you have multiple carry-ons, you can only take one carry-on on the other one too. See, people are just not making up. People are just making stuff up. Now it's multiple carry-ons. You don't do multiple carry-ons with Delta. You have to check those bags. Huh? This is what you do. There are bags online. I bought 5 of them on Amazon. They have the same volume as your carry-on bag, and they just happen to fit in the Spirit thing. Guess how much they are? Free $99. All you gotta do is spend $80 for a bag. Those little bags, they're thinner, but they have the same volume. You could buy those bags. I know you said multiple bags. You have to pay for multiple bags for Delta as well. But wait a minute, I know people are not suggesting, or Spanu is not suggesting, that Delta, United, American, you get free multiple bags. I'm confused.
Air France will weigh your personal item and charge you if that's over 13 kilograms.
No, Sunu's gonna come up. Hey, what's up? I'm trying to understand what you're saying, bro. I don't know if you're a male or female.
Yeah, what I was saying is that the carry-on you have to pay for it with Spirit. But if you go on a regular flight, you don't pay for the carry-on, but you pay for your other bags. When you add everything all together, when you're somebody that travels with multiple bags, when you add everything all together, it's the same thing. That's all I was saying.
I know, but it's only a $35 difference. And the Spirit ticket is
but I don't just have the carry-on. That's all I'm saying.
I know. On the other airlines, you also have to pay for bags now. That's my point.
Yeah.
So if a bag costs $30,
I know, but the point is, when I went to Florida and I had a carry-on and a checked bag, when you add the carry-on and the checked bag with Spirit, and then you go on a Delta flight, it's the same price.
It is
That's
not.
what I was saying.
Because when
I went to
take
Florida,
Delta,
it was. That's what I was saying in the chat.
all right, cool. When you take Delta, how much are bags for Delta? Bags
I don't
for
remember.
Delta.
I'll have to go to my receipt.
Bags for Delta cost
Is it like $45?
$45 and $55.
Yeah, and
the
I
third
just
bag
paid
is
the
$200.
The carry-on free. I paid the $45, and then when I go on Spirit, I got to pay for the $35 for the carry-on, and then I have to pay for my check bag.
The
That's all I'm saying.
$45 is the same across each one. Do you not? I'm very.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying when I went to Florida, it came up to the price, which is why I just went with Delta, more leg space. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so we're using an anecdote. All right, cool. So you had one time.
Yeah, that's why I said
and Delta was cheaper. Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay. One time I got a free flight, first class, to go to Japan. So there you go. Everybody should get a free flight. I mean, come on, man. We're talking about, or ma'am. I don't know if you're a male or female, ma'am, sir. We're talking about. I don't know what your gender is.
That's why I said I'm a she. I'm a
Oh,
female.
I didn't hear that part. Oh, sorry, ma'am. Okay, so we're talking about generally. If the bag costs $45 for Delta and $45 for Spirit, they're the same. The difference is the carry-on bag. So if the Spirit flight in this instance was only $35 cheaper, cool. But generally, Delta, the base fare is much higher than the Spirit base fare was.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Is that not true?
$65.
I was going to Florida.
I thought you said 65.
Well, it depends. I mean, with Spirit, it depends when you paid for it. So if you waited to do it at the gate, I think it could be $100. But if you did it in advance, it was $35. Again, and the other thing that these carriers did that Delta does not do is point to point. There's a lot of airports Delta doesn't fly into. These places did that. But okay, I get that now. Now Spirit is and Delta the same price. Whatever.
As someone who, well, also good morning, afternoon, everybody. As someone who's flown almost twice a week for like the past 3 years, I agree. Like Spirit was always the cheaper and more convenient option. Yeah, they sell environment news on the plane, and they're a little bit less. You know, you get that less like hospitality, but it's always been by and large cheaper. Like the only time I would take like a Delta or American Airlines is if it wasn't direct flight there or it wasn't the time, the convenience of it. But I think the biggest difference is like if you go on one trip once a year or once every 4 years, you get on a plane and fine, yeah. It's the same like going to Disneyland. But by and large, Spirit was always the cheaper, more, and also too, sometimes a more convenient option. I think it got a bad rep because everybody loved to hate on Spirit because it was Spirit. You know, it's the greyhound in the skies, as some people say. So it's interesting when I hear these conversations about that.
It seems like the company didn't, like they weren't aware of the stigma or they didn't care about the stigma of their airlines. I mean, based on what I'm hearing, I don't know. I wonder if the executives and the marketing team realized that. I wonder if they were, yeah.
There's so much you can do, right? Like as a working for a company going to IPO, like people going to have rumors. Rumors going to be rumors, but it's really hard to take off that phone once they get it flowing as well. So.
It also bears noting that it's not only the so-called low-cost carriers that charge for carry-on. I don't know if people know United has what they call basic economy. You have to pay for carry-on there as well. Just give it time. You'll be paying for carry-on Delta soon.
I think it's only free if you're a Delta member, right? You have to be part of the Delta club to even get it free.
No. I think everybody in Delta gets the free carry-on. But again,
with Southwest, you did get one free bag and your carry-on.
Yeah.
As long as it was under 50 pounds. But now you'll be paying for bags now. So
yeah.
I think they were the last one.
Yeah.
So it appears that Spirit might have been the innovator. And people are now just following what they did.
I don't know. People like being done. People think that there's a thing in America where if you pay more money, you think it's safer. I don't know why people believe that. And I guess, according to the Rambler, when you got to your destination, you got clowned if you flew Spirit. I couldn't even imagine a friend of mine. I'm trying to imagine a grown person. Hey, how'd you get here? Yeah, it took Spirit in there. Oh my God, you guys, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I've never experienced it, but I know
what kind of friends y'all had. That's why.
Yeah, I've never. First of all, I'm saying this is the conversations that I'm hearing. I mean, like this is what people talk about. So it hasn't been my experience like that, but I know, and based on what we're hearing, that's what it is. People psychologically feel when they pay for more money, they're getting more safer plane. I was talking about the psychology behind it. So. And you know how this country is. Everybody want to floss. Everybody want. For some reason, I don't even think like that. I think anybody that can get a dope product and not spend a lot of money, that's gangster. Not spending all your money and not getting value. I think that's dumb as fuck, and it keeps people poor. That right there keeps people poor, wanting to look a certain way. That keeps people poor. It's a poor mindset. They don't think about value and none of that. But yeah, you hear this all the time, this conversation about spirit.
The other thing, again, about spirit, because Jeremy put this in the chat, I just want to respond to that, because it means you're budget conscious. It's also the route. They would fly direct routes to a lot of places that the other airlines don't. If you want to fly into New Haven, for example, it's usually only the low-cost carriers that fly to a place like New Haven. You have to go to Hartford. You can go from like a New Orleans direct to New Haven on Breezy. I think it's called Breezy. Can't shout out Chris Brown anymore. But it's also a matter of routes. So when you get rid of these carriers, you're also getting rid of what's called point to point. It's not just the whatever. I'm done for the day. Yeah.
All right, so we're moving on. Is that the?
Oh no, you don't have to move on. I'm sure people would rather now get to the buffoon portion. Do you think?
What buffoon? Who's laughing?
The point-to-point stuff is very good.
Jeff was laughing.
Go ahead, PB.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's very good. What I was reading that they don't have on Spirit is any of the business routes, and that can really create a buffer. So JetBlue, they'll have like a New York to Chicago. And people doing business, a lot of times they don't care about peak pricing. They just have to get where they're going. A lot of recurring customers and stuff, where Spirit just never really had that. And so they didn't have a cushion when there was peak pricing. People just would drop out and not fly.
You said it didn't have business routes?
Not in the same way JetBlue does. And also, maybe certain companies wouldn't select, for a lot of reasons, people are saying a budget airline for their employees. Right? People tend to pay a ton of money for business seats for their employees.
I've never had a city that I couldn't go to because of Spirit. It was actually better. Like Denver Frontiers actually was a more convenient ones. It'll be JetBlue. Actually, JetBlue didn't go to like Northeast, right? Like it was very selective what JetBlue goes to.
Sure, but if you're a corporation, are you going to put your employee on Spirit, or are you going to put them on JetBlue or American, United, whatever?
Whatever's cheaper for my accountant. That's what we do.
You know what I would do? I would give them an option, and I would say the difference in price, you can add that to your per diem, or you can add, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a way to do it. But I do want to say this. I said I was going to be an end because I'm not going to crash. I'm really dumb about this. The Delta thing, black people, I never do race things. Real warning to the people don't like race talks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, it's an 8-second trigger warning. Then do 7 because Kevin's asking that you can't do 7. The Delta thing is Atlanta ghetto fabulous bullshit. It's a bunch of people in Atlanta. It's Atlanta ghetto fabulous bullshit where people swear that these parvenus, high class, high culture, that leave, I take Delta as if it's your PJ. And it being in the Atlanta hub is a bunch of ghetto fabulousness. That's what it is. I'm telling you, that is the narrative and the effective attachments that people have had with fucking Delta because it's Atlanta based. And people started rapping about flying on Delta business class. That's exactly what it is. It's a ghetto American airline. You can go to a basic airliner in Europe, and their airline make Delta look like a trailer park, a trailer in the ghetto. It is a base aim. It's Atlanta ghetto. That's what it is.
Absolutely, 100%. Also, too, most companies, they just cap the price and allow employees to pick whatever airline they want. It's not this whole, even when you have a personal assistant, they just give an option to airlines. It's all about the time and the convenience more so than like particular. I never lost a deal because someone was like, ew, you went to Spirit? Most of the time, they don't really care, as long as it's low.
it's true. When I was, used to travel a lot, we dealt with a travel agent, and people in the travel industry know they have shit in bulk, right? They were a national travel agent, so it didn't really matter. We did fly Delta a lot, but we also fly United. I think we fly United more. And I asked her, I'm like, what's up with United? I don't feel like going to Newark. She's like, well, we do get these things in bulk, and you're moving a lot of people. I was like, oh, okay. It didn't matter to me. I just didn't like going all the way to fucking Newark, New Jersey. It's not my favorite place to go when I could just go to LaGuardia or JFK. But yeah. As far as Europe, it's true. EasyJet. Igor brought. Is he still here? Igor brought up EasyJet. Really nice planes. Reasonable prices. Even the airports are better. That's a whole nother discussion. Our airports compared to not everywhere else, but European airports and our airports, like you ever gone to Germany? I wouldn't say so much about Heathrow. Heathrow is like a fucking city. But yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
I think the airport's the worst site that they think.
Was it $500 million? Was that like the actual thing? Was that I just kind of told across my feet because I just doing some research that the government was going to take 90% stake? Did y'all talk about that or hear about that? Yes, sir. That's the genesis. Yes, yeah. Brother, I don't want to get into it, but this airline thing, it's all habitus. It's all habitus. It really is. It's all habitus. Bourgeois habitus. Yeah. Oh boy would have a field day. Taste. Oh.
So I've been waiting to say this because we were talking about Omar. You're going down. The Sixers are going.
Not too much on the Sixers.
Knicks and 6, baby. Knicks and 6. We got this. That's gonna mess with Omar because of his PTR. But looking forward to that series.
Hey, Sixers and 6. Divine and 6.
Sixers and 6. Oh, okay. I don't know who watched the Celtics game. Van called it. I don't know what Boston was thinking. They weren't. I thought they would have won that game. But to let the Sixers, rarely do teams come back from being down 3. Like this is crazy.
Joel's block shot on Taylor was kind of nice.
Hey, we just got to steal one in Madison Square Garden. I just want one.
Omar, you going to any of the games in Philly or no?
Absolutely.
I know it's a long drive from Delaware, but
I'm going to be outside. Absolutely.
Philadelphia.
Be outside, Mr. Cool Man. Where you watching the games at? I'm going to too.
If the Knicks win, they're gonna call the National Guard. They were acting crazy over this Atlanta series. My city, something wrong with these people, man. Something really wrong. They just don't know how to act. I pray if New York is gonna sink into some kind of black hole or something. This is gonna be crazy. They go and hundreds of thousands of people that can't get in. I think I'm gonna go check that out because tickets right now it's not gonna happen. But
you saw him on the billboard last year, Divine? The dude that the jumbotron?
Oh yeah. I think I'm gonna go if the weather's nice. I might go out there for a game just to see the man.
Do it. Tell
Why not? I'm rolling every borough.
Yo, I'm telling you now. You know what? I'm looking out for your safety. They wild out there. Hey, awesome.
You see the kid got a little rascal?
As long as y'all don't come to the Sixers arena, you know, just stay up there in New York.
Whatever.
Try to invade like last time.
Nobody scared of Philly. Ain't nobody scared of Philly. Did you see the dude that had the little rap song about the Knicks? It's kind of fire. Yeah, I think he used the Money, Power, Respect beat, and I forgot which player he had next to him. I'm horrible at name. But we're not talk about sports. The lady's not gonna talk. Any news, anything going on, please let us know. We would definitely we had a nice conversation about Spirit Airlines. We spoke about government bailouts and lack thereof right now. We spoke about the nationalization of the airline industry. That was a good one. But yeah, if anybody got anything, raise your hand, come up. DWI.
On the it's how many of us on here? Most of the ladies on the stage are into something. If you can change subject, you can.
Yeah, I mean,
don't do it on my game.
No, that's whatever.
I'm the only date sports guys and athletes.
Oh, there we go.
Excuse me? The women take enough to do the food.
First lady, you swimming, you treading water. I don't know.
So please.
You going in and out, first lady. I don't
Can
know
you hear me?
Bad. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I said don't stop on behalf of the ladies because the women take a lot in this space. We don't need you putting any additional fault onto us on this wonderful Sunday. So, if you guys want to stop talking about sports, do it on your own, not because of the ladies. Thank you.
No, it's not a fault. I just didn't want to alienate anyone. I know you guys, you, First Lady, yes, and the women on stage definitely are sports watchers. I'm not going to repeat what Omar said. He trying to strike it. Oh, welcome DWI to the stage. I'm scared to bring you up. Please tell me what that stands for.
It stands for Damian Williams Influence. I'm probably one of the first influencers that was using that word back in the early 2000s before they made influences on the internet. And I didn't even know who that was going to be until now. But you can call me
Daquan?
The Podfather.
Podfather. All right, welcome to the stage. Welcome, Mr. to the stage. I see you made your way up. Again, the mic is open, guys. Y'all can continue to talk sports or whatever. Any breaking news, please let us know.
I seen the topic about the Spirit Airline, and I was like, all right, you went through that already. Then I seen...
Go ahead, brother. No. Talk about it, you can.
Logo, and that was like more intriguing to me. So I'm like, oh shoot, Boston lost. We got to play against the 76ers. So I guess we got to create some type of rivalry now with them. Something, I don't know. So maybe my guy Kev Pryor could tell me how many games the Knicks are going to play around with them before they can blow them out.
Knicks is sick.
Nobody worried about Philly.
Yo, Devon, check that link up in the chat. You wanna go outside to that? Be my guest, bro.
All right, copy that. Since we're still talking about it, I did check the Knicks records historically against the Sixers. I don't know on this season, but historically, the Sixers have been putting BTA. I'm just saying. So y'all can put your...
So Iverson was there? Or
I don't know the time span that they put, but it was like 290 to 230. I don't know how many years was in that search I did.
I'm happy to use another one of the East Coast cities kind of happy. Toronto, Philly, Atlanta, in the actual, it's good for the cities.
Ain't no nobody worried about Philly. Go ahead, Kev. Tell
It's so bad. Philly put out a mandate where they won't allow anybody without a Philadelphia or surrounding areas credit card address to buy tickets. Because we took over the last time we played, we took over the arena. So hey, and B was limping off the court last night. I mean, like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, that's nasty work. Wait, if you don't have a credit card, you can't buy a ticket? What?
They put a mandate because obviously, they had to wait to. They knew obviously they got game 3 and 4. You cannot buy a ticket. I mean, do their ticket. I don't know who they use, Ticketmaster, whatever the preferred vendors. Obviously, people can sell their tickets, but you can't buy a ticket direct if you don't have an address attached to your credit card within the Philadelphia or surrounding areas. Like South Jersey, for PA, Delaware area, but they won't. If you're in New York or North Jersey, they'll refund you your money. Like, that just came out today. Crazy.
Hey, Kevin, and we not selling no tickets to y'all either. Yeah, so
they'll be selling tickets. Trust me. When people start offering money, they're gonna start selling tickets, just like the last time. I mean, listen, Philly has come a long way. Like I said, obviously, y'all, MB had the hernia. Some type of surgery last month. He's back, and then Paul George had 25 games off, so he's kind of fresh. And Maxi's the truth. I mean, listen, y'all deserve to be Boston, but I think the way the Knicks are playing right now in a whole different groove. I mean,
hey, Kevin,
the Wings are finally starting to defend.
Embiid owns Karl Anthony Towns, right? He owns him, right?
Yeah,
after all that, you're still gonna lose. After all that, they're still gonna win. Oh my God! After all that.
I just think the Knicks take care of business.
Hey, Ben, be quiet on the Washington Bullets, man. You can't come in this argument, bro.
I'm not a Bullets fan. I'm not a Bullets fan. And after all that, he's still gonna win. Oh my God. Yeah, it would be very hard for me to see the Knicks losing, but they would be the team to lose.
I'm a Philly fan. We know they're gonna choke though. Philly's always choking. Fuck that team.
Oh my.
Now, for some way Orlando can pull off an upset in Detroit today, then that will really open the floodgates.
I can't wait. That's why I went to the grocery store. I had a long morning. Did all the things with my non-existent family, bike ride. I did all of those things. They don't really exist. We found out last night, according to somebody. But did all the things with a bunch of fake people. Went to the store, getting chicken, fish, everything ready. I have not looked forward to a Game 7 in a long time. Now, if Detroit comes out and blows out Orlando today, I'm gonna be pissed. Because Orlando should be going on to the next round. The fact they lost Game 6 the way they did was insane.
They choked that.
Yeah, they choked it out.
Yeah.
I want a good game, but I also want Orlando to win.
I'm with you on that one. You never know. They're a young team. Young teams, after, what happened, they look shell-shocked what happened on the other night, but you never know. I mean, I'm rooting for them, though, because like I said, if they open that door up, then the East is completely wide open. And then obviously there's another Game 7 with Toronto and Cleveland, so
yeah.
We'll see how that play out.
I mean, the East is wide open, but I think it's essentially what the AFC was this year. It doesn't matter who makes it to the end. It doesn't matter if Bo Nix gets hurt. They were going to lose to whoever the NFC was. It didn't matter if it was the Rams or if it was Seahawks. Won. But what I was going to say, what I was going to say though was two things. One, I love Orlando's success because low key I want Giannis to go to Orlando. I think Giannis and Pablo will be dope. Two, I want the Pistons to lose so I can add the Pistons to my Lions sweatshirt I have. Number 1 seed for nothing, a Detroit special.
That's nasty.
The way the Lions lost to the Washington Commanders 2 years ago was an abomination. If this Detroit Pistons team loses to Orlando, Jesus himself should re-resurrect.
That was the Lions' year that year, right? When they lost to Washington. That was the year everybody said they were ready to go. They should go Super Bowl. Yeah.
15-2. Everyone on the defense got hurt, but they were still winning. And they lost by double digits against a number 6 seed with a rookie quarterback and a roster that had been turned over by like 60%. Other thing I was gonna say today on Orlando, Detroit. Yeah, I think I said it. I haven't looked forward to a Game 7 like this in a while. I'm not as much looking forward to the Toronto Cleveland one. But I will say this, and I'm a LeBron fan, but the East is giving LeBron didn't have much competition in the East. This is the kind of East where if LeBron was in the East, he would just carry the team all the way to the end and get clobbered in the finals. That's what this East is giving. Sorry. Look, 90% right. Look, Kevin, now 90% of the defense, 90% was on IR. This is about the Lions. They were so hurt. They were double-digit favorites. They were so hurt. I have a whole YouTube page set of bookmarks with predictions from the week after Washington beat Tampa Bay, where people were saying, it doesn't matter. And remember, David Montgomery came back that game. He was coming back. I think it was Montgomery. He was coming back that game. I have a whole thing on them saying that the Lions was going to smoke Washington. Whole thing about how they didn't have to worry about Washington. Now 90%. It's amazing how before the game, Detroit knew they were going to win. After the game, they have an excuse. You cannot lose as a 10-point underdog to a 6 seed at home as the number 1 seed with a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, that's playoff battle tested. No, you can't lose that.
100%.
Yeah, can't lose
100%. And by the way, I say Washington, brother, because of Doc. You'd have to know Washington. Well, you just have to know football generally. You don't know anything about the sport of football.
Oh, my God. You're right. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I apologize. I thought we were talking about soccer the whole time. God bless. I didn't.
Who y'all like coming out of the West?
Hard to go against OKC. I mean, I think obviously San Antonio can give him a series, but until proven otherwise, I just think the Thunder are the class of the West.
Are we allowed to have a dynasty conversation after two questions? Are we allowed to have a dynasty question if not are they a dynasty, but begin to have the conversation beginning next year? If the Thunder win, are we allowed to have that conversation? Do they need to win a third? One.
Oh, we can have that conversation.
Thank you. I agree. And two, am I the only one who's now ready to put SGA in the top 30 all time and on this trajectory? Top 10. Too early. Have y'all? I said trajectory. Have you seen his numbers?
Top 30. I'm okay with your top 30. 10 right now is premature. Premature, Councilman.
I said top 30.
I would say top 30 personally.
Should I put it? Maybe I'll say it in Greek for you tomorrow. I said if he stays on this trajectory.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. He nice, man. He nice.
Okay. And y'all not gonna like this. He's gonna have 2 MVPs after this year. How many did Jokic end up with? 3 or 4?
3, I believe.
3. He's already better than Jokic. I know everybody loves Jokic, the Serbian sensation who has a 1.5-inch vertical, who smokes cigarettes, drinks beer, and is not ashamed, and it's great. But some of these numbers that SGA are putting up, y'all not ready for this tape, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you.
Well, man.
They're better than my... 1 second, let me give the tape before you respond. I didn't even give him the take.
About to say some blasphemous shit.
My new thing is when people interrupt, just stop talking. Go ahead, say it.
All right, thank you, Ben.
He said thank you.
Patrick Ewing's. Shea don't have to deal with defense from Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan, killers, and so it's easy for him too. Just to be fair, so when we put him up, line him up to greats, I look at if Michael Jordan was guarding him and he had the Jordan or Michael Jordan, he would be getting that work as well. So we have to put it in context. So I think it's premature. Top 30, I'm fine with that.
One of the things I love about that is when people think that the defense was better and you named Patrick Ewing. You just said that he didn't have to go up against Patrick Ewing.
No, I'm talking about Giannis. No, I'm saying Giannis.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Giannis gets busy.
You think Patrick Ewing could stop Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Oh, no. Not at all. The point, he would have to work on the defensive end because Giannis is not stopping those people I named.
Not stopping Patrick Ewing?
Yeah, he's not stopping him.
Okay. Do they play the same position? I just want to know for the record. I'm just asking.
Ewing and Giannis?
Yeah.
Yes.
They don't. Kevin, do they play the same position?
No.
Thank you. Why
That's
do
for
people...
5, Giannis for 4.
This app is the Mario, when we get to the Creto and the Republic and the reason and Sophocles' Oedipus being superior to Seneca's, then I'll ask you to chime in. You don't know basketball.
Touche.
You don't know basketball.
I don't disagree. Who's the center for the Denver Nuggets?
The center for the Denver Nuggets?
Nikola
Jokic?
All right, and Patrick Ewing was a center, so they play the same position. What are we talking about?
We're talking about Giannis. Are you drinking great wine?
Jokic.
You just said Giannis.
No, I wasn't talking about Giannis.
Oh my God. Did he not just say Giannis?
He just said Giannis.
He just said Giannis.
Hold on, watch this. Either way, we're talking about foreign players.
I got you. I got you.
Actually, you should actually be rooting for the Pistons.
I got you. Come on. You're moving the convo. Come on. I'm sorry. Okay, cool. So, what was your point about Jokic? He to play defense against who? Or they would have stopped him, or he couldn't stop the point against Jokic now? Because you had said Giannis before.
No. Don't worry about it. We can move on.
No, but I think you're making the claim that the defending was better back then, or the offense was better from the center position back then? Is that what
No, it's not just defense. All of these people look really good.
Who's a better defender, Rudy Gobert or Patrick Ewing?
The guy that's taller, Rudy, he's taller, so I don't know.
I know because you don't follow basketball. Who's a better defender, Akeem Olajuwon?
Historically, Olajuwon, but it could be coming up.
Y'all got it.
Well, yeah, you should be rooting.
Yeah, then I see why you stay on mute for a lot of the sports conversations. I got to enjoy it. I see why you stay on mute, bro.
You're 100% right, but for the sake of basketball, since you seem to like it, you should want the Pistons to win because Orlando Magic, that doesn't do anything for the NBA and their low ratings these days. A lot of people have stopped watching basketball. But the Pistons, hold on.
The lowest ratings.
And imagine, and when we talk about these great basketball players, we're talking about like Canadians and Europeans. And I think, I don't know if is Cade an American? Hopefully he's American because that's my whole point.
Yeah, he's American.
We should be rooting for these American superstars, Cade and Anthony Anderson, because we're not talking about foreign, it's neither here nor there, but just because we're Americans, we should want these American superstars to flourish. And so I'm saying all that to say, hope the Pistons win, brother.
Oh, is Orlando all American?
No, they can't care. No one cares about Orlando. And I'm not knocking them out. Personally, I'm indifferent, but
So who does Detroit have that makes people run to the television?
Well, they have the tradition. Isaiah Thomas won the Bad Boy Pistons, and then the second rendition with Ben Wallace, and then they're back again. They've always been.
Yeah, but that's over 35 years ago.
Well, no, I mean, okay, if you say.
You said Isaiah.
But also going to the Ben Wallace and Rip Hamilton and dudes, and now Cade Cunningham. They have a tradition.
And that's over 20 years ago. I mean, there's nobody on Detroit that makes you run to the television.
They've been a mainstay throughout the NBA, and they I'm just saying to help with the NBA ratings, if you will. Orlando does nothing for that.
Detroit, nobody. If Detroit wins, nobody. If Detroit was in the finals, nobody's rushing to the TV to watch the Detroit Pistons. That's just reality. I mean, that's.
If the Lakers made it, that would be a compelling story for somebody. The NBA would love that if that happened.
But it wouldn't be because of Detroit. That's what I'm saying. Detroit does not move the needle as well. I mean, it's just. I mean, they got a great player, Cade Cunningham.
Orlando's not. They do nothing for it. The Pistons, at least, there's something there.
Well, I want Orlando to win for selfish reasons, but that's just me. But I'm just saying that there's no. Cade Cunningham's a great talent, but he's not box office to a point where people outside that market will say, "Well, I got to go watch Cade." That's what I'm talking about. It's again, I hear what you're saying from a range perspective, but you need a team in that series that's going to move the needle from a eyeball perspective. That's just the reality of it, and that's what the NBA is starting to deal with. The guys that are coming up, they just seem to be foreign guys because those players seem to have all-around games, whereas the American kids that are growing up playing basketball, it's AAU driven, and it's sometimes the fundamentals are not there. Most of the kids in the States play more games. The kids out of the country, foreign kids, practice more. And you see that in the NBA because they have more of the fundamentals. If you watch, the Shea's game, Shea has a mean mid-range game,
Yeah, but to be fair, Shea is a little cheat code because he did go to high school in, I think, Tennessee. And he came in the AAU system. That's a little cheat code.
Well, that was late he came in, but again, he's from Canada, and he still developed that game and practice more. A lot of these European guys, they're not Euro.
America. He developed in America, though. Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying, though, as far as the other overseas players, yeah, but Shea is a little exception to the rule, but yeah.
I can give you that, sure.
Are you a DR or something? Why you sound so calm?
No, I was going to ask that question. You had a good night last night?
Hey, man, listen, man, my son committed on May 1st.
But your son committed you last night, May 1st? He committed you? What hospital he put you in?
He committed to university.
Recovering black man who voted for Trump but feel bad about it.
So he committed to university, so I'm feeling good.
Congratulations, brother.
Thanks, brother. Congratulations. Where you going, Temple? He's going to Drexel, Optimus Drexel. Oh, cool. I got people there.
Thing.
So, that's what's up.
No, you don't.
Wow.
So as the old guy, the square, the nerd, the one who lies about his life and everything, let me say this. You gotta get off this NBA ratings thing. This is not 1996.
They gotta rate somebody.
It's no. I mean TV ratings. Like, the ratings are going to be bad. That's not what it. The NBA ratings have been going down. Did that stop the last TV deal from being less money? It's not linear like that anymore, y'all. You got digital, you got streaming, you got online, you got IG, you got influencers, as Omar would say. It's a lot more dynamic than y'all. This is not 1994, and we're going to do a Dream Shake special at McDonald's because of Kemal. Come to McDonald's and get the Dream Shake. I shake you, you get chocolate and vanilla shake. Like, it's not 1994. Yeah, last year's finals, the ratings were horrible. Guess what? Salary cap's still going up. Revenue's still going up. Huh?
Yeah, I agree.
Y'all gotta keep up.
it's not so much the ratings. I think people like myself, but millions of other. I think we're just watching basketball and football. These sports, we're just watching them less, or just going to those outlets, YouTube, wherever, to get the just streamline it more. So
Yeah, you're watching less because American masculinity is at an all-time low. You don't do sports. You talk about women and whether or not you should be paying for dates at the Olive Garden for $50 and still expect coochie. That's what you do instead of watching sports. I agree.
Well, that's not my algorithm, but if people are doing that, what a shame. But I would imagine people are doing that. I mean, this is the age of that and OnlyFans. And again, to each their own, not judging if anybody does that. But I was only making it because the NBA is concerned about the ratings. I don't care either way, but I was just bringing that out and making it more American. Cade and Anthony Edwards. These people are getting outshined by all of these. And I don't have a problem with foreign athletes, but I'm just giving reasons why. The Pistons and Timberwolves finals. That would be a good finals, man. Be two American superstars win a championship.
That would be horrible. There are no superstars. Right there goes.
Yeah, Cade and Anthony Edwards, they're superstars, man.
You think Cade is a superstar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's superstar Jason. He's if he can beat, he's gonna beat Orlando, and if he beats whoever he has to play next, and play like the Knicks or what's the other one, Knicks or the Sixers, then yeah, he'll be a household name at that point.
You think, I just looked it up because I couldn't remember. You think a dude that went 24, 9, and 5, who's pushed to the brink against Orlando in round 1 as the #1 seed, is a superstar or superstar adjacent?
Well, they call, what's that kid from last year or maybe the year before, Halliburton, and he's not as nice as Cade, and he became a household name after that run. So yes, I think so, 100%.
Nobody knows who. The only reason why people remember Halliburton now is because he was on a podcast talking about why he only dates white women. Ain't nobody checking for Halliburton. You think Halliburton is a superstar?
Well, you know what?
Well, yes. Okay.
He knows them. This is the same man who parades around as if he has children. We found out yesterday he doesn't. So we can't go by what he knows or what we think he knows. He's not a normal person. I got you there.
And also, with a few days ago, I'm on welfare.
Hold on. Ben don't have children.
And I'm on welfare. Yep.
And I'll tell you what, man, this app, they come up with some stuff, man, don't they?
I love it. He was saying, people say, just listen to it, man. It's just, it is so fascinating, the things. This is an app with about 80 people on it. Everybody knows who everybody is to some degree or another. And they stuff. And, it's just hilarious. But yeah.
Ben, it's right though. When I'm talking sports, I'm out of my lane. I'm more of a, I'm normally speaking more highbrow, so I may be speaking out of turn. I won't.
Well, if you're a classicist, sports were highbrow.
I'll mute my mic.
Sports were highbrow in the Roman Empire. You know that. Huh?
Well, yeah, that's how we get sports. They're barbarous. Football is, make no mistake, boxing. Make no mistake, these things are barbarous. Back then, the athletes were just killing each other.
Let me ask you a question.
But it's all the same stuff, though. So,
what's your favorite? I asked somebody the other day, and they couldn't answer, but I know you can, so I'm actually legit asking. What's your favorite of the Sophoclean trilogy? The Sophoclean trilogy. Do you have a favorite of the 3? Or you don't know? Or you don't do tragedy?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair. Now, me and Tamario had a good discussion one time on the Creto. That brother knows some Plato. It's good stuff. Creto's my favorite dialogue, so that's what we're talking about.
Credo is the inspiration for Pontius Pilate appealing to Christ to not face persecution for whatever judgment by the people, but in both cases, they stand on business or principle and accept their fate and die for their respective causes. But Credo was the original. The Pontius Pilate, that's a second rendition.
You don't think Socrates is a chump in the Credo? A little bit.
No, because he doesn't take Credo's offer to get him into exile. Number one, that would make him a hypocrite. He spent all of his life following virtue. He makes the virtuous argument on how if he does that, it would defy everything that he teaches, which would ultimately deem him a hypocrite. So I don't know how he was looking. Would you call him a coward or
no, a chump? So I know that he's not going to go. I know they're not going to break him out of prison and all that. But like his reasoning, don't you feel like his lack of familial affection is off-putting? Like he never even really considers it.
No, but he makes the point how, hey, I've been educated here. My children have been educated here. We have the world's best education. I chose to live here, and I accept the laws of the land here. But now they don't work in my favor. I'm gonna disagree with all of that and do something that defies what I've bought into for all my life. And so, no, he makes the moral argument on how it's not just to do that.
But he never.
Sorry, I think China have the best world education.
He never wavers. Like it's so wooden, and his son's appeal. It never weighs on him as a father. And again, I agree with you. It's very interesting. It's very much like I don't know if you know Crayon's relationship to Hymen in Antigone. Very similar, except Crayon has some of those finer feelings. I don't know. I feel like Socrates lacks finer feelings sometimes, so he shouldn't have. Well, y'all go back to basketball because we don't want to talk. You don't want black men speaking about books. I know that's against the rules. There are black women here. They're the most educated populace in America.
You had both conversations. You were organizing both conversations.
The black women speak. They're more educated than we are. Remember, we found out yesterday from a left that Kamala Harris, by virtue of being a black woman, she would be a good president because black women are educated. So there you go.
Well, if we're talking about Socrates, he championed women having equal rights to education. Just to put that out there as something unique to him. Wasn't a lot of opportunity prior to that. Well, him teaching that women have, and I don't disagree. Women have the same, ability of reason to men, and they should have.
You agree with that?
Yes, there are. Yes, I agree with it. I also agree with, that most of the time women are guided more in emotions and passions and being nurturers. That's who they are naturally and divinely. But as far as their aptitude for reason, absolutely. And Socrates makes the argument. He says if you're training a horse or a dog, do you take into account what gender they are? You don't. Because their ability to reason is going to be the same.
Right. So do you think that, I was going to ask you, so you think that the faculties that women have are more biologically determined than socially determined, and then they're just reinforced or negated through socialization? So you think that women are more naturally nourishing as a matter of nature?
Yes, 100%. That's why they have breasts and they have those type of organs. They're divine nature.
And I'm not talking about, one second, I'm not talking about biological processes. I'm talking about intersubjective processes.
say so, Ben?
No, I'm asking you. I didn't say anything. I'm asking you. It's impossible to have a conversation on here. Whatever. Let's have this stuff. Y'all got it. I'm literally asking you a question. What do you mean, if I say so?
Man, who do you have in the finals? Let's go back to
I'm asking you. Wait, why? This was interesting. You know what? I'm sure Sandada and Dave will open up a question for you and Gildas to do y'all's minstrel show later on. I'll mute up. I think, man, I was trying to ask you.
Get back on Socrates. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah,
I was asking a question about boobs, which is I understood that. I was talking about like motherliness, like parenting, intersubjective experience, affective life, social exchange. I'm just asking. I thought it was a good combo. This act is so antisocial. You can't even build for more than 5 minutes so people take offense to it. I apologize for treating you like a thoughtful, rational, informed, intelligent man. I just treat you like the nigga you want to be treated. I apologize. I asked dude a question, a basic philosophical question. He ran like Sha'Carri Richardson running from a drug test.
Oh, no, I didn't run. I respond only because you said that somebody made a comment, not to Mario running from a philosophical question. I'm doing something, and I don't necessarily like being centered. I like to make comments.
Cool, then we'll put you down. All right, we'll move you down. You can mute up. This one. I'll mute up too.
Mario said he ain't come here for all that today.
I know. Dude holds rooms.
He wasn't prepared.
I know. Dude holds rooms with 3 people reading translations.
I used to sit and listen to him.
Of Plato's Republic to people who can barely read. But somebody asked him a basic philosophical question. Now he got something to do. But when we was talking about balls and boys running up and down the court chasing balls, he didn't have time. But now the question is just, you got it. I literally just asked the question. That's insane. Now.
I wasn't right.
Later today, he'll have a room explain to people with 8th grade educations why Sappho and Aristophanes are important for epistrophes. Man. You tried. I tried, yo. I always try. That's not true.
Well, maybe he'll come back to it. He just ain't in it right now.
But get Sandada and Dave, and they can talk about, it's God, like, you know what I'm saying, like, I'm agnostic, right? Because, like,
why are you picking on these men today?
Saying, like,
I don't like men on men.
They don't even talk about that, though. They talk about being oppressed.
Save the men. I don't want men on men violence.
But you said you were busy, brother. Go ahead,
He might need to go read something. He might have read it. What you mean? He might need to go refresh his memory.
No, I was asking him what he thought. I wasn't asking for something from the text.
But he may have needed to go back and confirm something. Get a brother a chance. It's Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, so brother, you have to stop.
He's an instigator.
You gotta let God use you. Stop allowing the other one.
Is that one of the muses?
I mean, that's why this pink ticket is even here now. I mean, you keep asking for this meta war. Let me know. Yeah, he went and got himself removed from the house because of the fact that I blocked him because he continuously kept putting things on me, and I didn't appreciate it. But it was only for a short period of time. Exactly.
Wow, I heard you love things on me before.
Yeah, why brother Messi got a pink ticket? Why he got a pink ticket?
I just told you. He needs to stop it and turn it around now. Go ahead, ahead, Divine. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to save my brother Messi from the competition, but it's kind of old news. But I don't think we spoke about it. I put it in the chat. So there's something here with the Trump administration and Zambia needing PrEP, which is AIDS medication, and he's trying to turn it in. It says it's a bargaining chip to mineral access. This man. So we're gonna cut back on giving you medication that's going to help save lives unless you give up your minerals. Like this is crazy. So I don't know. Again, just trying to pivot or give something for you guys to talk about because whatever, the dude couldn't hang and he got put down. So we don't have to talk about it, but I don't know if we did talk about it. If anyone knows anything about it, but there's a article in the chat since we love to bang on Trump. Not literally.
No, you like to bang on him. That is you, sir. Take accountability. Don't put that shit on us. I am not taking that, sir. I like my president. Yeah. So I don't know what you're talking about. I guess it's just one of those things. He's like, listen, we tired of playing with the money. Okay, I done spent a lot of money on this war. Now I need to recoup some. Now if y'all want this, then fine. You know what? You got something I need. So let's make a deal. Hello? That's what it is. Let's make a deal. I know it's not how we are used to things, but it's where we are. We just gotta wake up and accept it. Yeah, but what about this? So now, how long does it get? Does anybody know? Like from a bullet, how long does it usually take? I thought they could get it within 24 hours, 24, 48
I think you can
hours.
get a test for your balls. I think you can get a test from CVS. They have a 15-minute.
Not ballistic, the ballistics. What are you talking about?
You're talking about STIs. I was going to say you can get that from CVS.
STI? STI? What is STI?
Sexually transmitted infections. It's STDs.
Oh, okay. I'm used to people saying STDs, not STIs. But why are you talking about that? What's going on?
You said test for your balls. I said they have them at CVS if you have chlamydia, or I think the test is like a 20-minute.
This says
Is ban a ban?
Yeah.
In the chat, shout out to Mel. He says Ghana pulled out of the U.S. healthcare deal for $106 million. Is that company the CEO got killed? Those people? Wow. I also saw something where I don't think we mentioned it. There was some kind of breach in some healthcare system, and some doctors' social security numbers were leaked. It's just a mess. We need some good news. Let me go find some. Y'all want some fun news first? Say some happy news.
I don't know. I'm afraid to say anything because whenever I say anything, somebody changes what the hell I'm saying. So, let me hurry up and say that before somebody changes that. So I'm like,
So are you saying that you don't know what you're saying?
That's the same.
That's true.
Wait, now you're playing victim?
Did you need some ballistic results? Like overnight it or something? First lane?
Talk to someone else. I'm
Leave it alone. All right, so I got some weird fun news. Timmy the whale was rescued. A humpback whale that had been stranded in shallow waters off the coast of Germany for weeks was successfully towed in a barge and released into the deep North Sea. Shout out to Timmy the whale. well on. Chonkers, the sea lion, a colossal sea lion named Chonkers, has become a viral sensation, drawing massive crowds to the San Francisco Pier 39. And the final day of his tour in Bermuda, King Charles III officially launched a new space agency project, marking a mission accomplished feel for his whirlwind tour. And shout out to the King going up to Harlem. I didn't realize a friend of mine knows the brother that has the community garden that the King went to visit. So that was kind of cool. He made it up there, and he got pictures, and he hung out with the brother that founded that garden, as the young people planting food and learning about agriculture in Harlem, USA. What else? Skydiving Rubik's record. An adventurer broke the world record by successfully solving a Rubik's Cube while skydiving. Pretty interesting. Shout out to those Rubik's Cube kids. They're amazing. I think one of the record holders is an autistic kid. They had a whole documentary on those Rubik's Cubes competitions. They're pretty intense. And yeah, shout out to those kids that have solved that algorithm with speed. I guess we'll go to some international news. Iran war peace proposals. President Trump is currently reviewing a new 14-point peace proposal from Tehran to end the 64-day conflict. While he expressed doubt that the offer is acceptable, in quotes, the White House is under pressure as gas prices soar and global shipping remains crippled. Yeah, I went to fill up the bike yesterday. I think for premium it was $5 and change here in NYC. This is gas station. I'm a creature of habit. I always go to this gas station because some of these gas stations have water in the tank, and you fill it up, and a couple of days later your tank is empty because they got the cheap gas. That's just me, so that's my spot. I filled up the bike. My bike is a 2-gallon tank, and I spent $10 to fill my bike, which may not seem like a lot, but I'm used to filling my bike for a lot less. Of course, we spoke about the Spirit Airlines shutdown. Spirit Airlines has officially ceased operations and filed for bankruptcy, citing skyrocketing fuel costs caused by the ongoing war in Iran. Thousands of passengers have been left stranded at airports across the U.S. and in the Caribbean. We spoke about the shutting down of Spirit at length today. Shout out to everybody that participated. U.S. troop withdrawal. The Pentagon announced a withdrawal of 5,000 U.S. troops from Germany over the next year. The move follows a rift between Trump and European leaders over the handling of the Middle East conflict, sparking concern within NATO. Missing service members in Morocco. A massive search and rescue operation is underway in southwestern Morocco for 2 U.S. Army soldiers who went missing during a hike during the African Lion military exercise. Ukraine-Russia conflict. Ukrainian drones reportedly hit several Russian Shadow Fleet oil tankers in a key loading port in the Baltic Sea. Meanwhile, President Zelensky warned of unusual activity on the Belarus border. That's all I got for now, guys. Shout out to the playoffs. All the fellas and the ladies will be watching these games tonight. What a good time. I'm going on mute. Plenty for y'all to talk about. If you have anything else, by all means, please get in there.
Thank you, Devon. That was beautiful. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
I don't know why somebody said F the king and the queen. What's going on? Who said that?
And this is what I heard, First Lady. You guys running around talking about no King's Day and y'all don't got love for King. So they want us to have the same hatred for the King of England, which is absolutely ass backwards. I don't get it. Like, they've had kings and queens in the UK for centuries, and I don't see how they could compare people shouting out the king coming to the city and compare that to us not wanting Trump to be a king. That makes absolutely no sense. I'm going.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, somebody said nothing to do with it. Okay. Well, if that is a scenario, I think that's just somebody putting everything in a pot. Hey, Zoshi. How are you?
I'm fine, Princess. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, who was grabbed to as the King of England?
I
Step
don't
forward.
know. I will
Step forward
not
and lift
say.
your head.
I will not say. I will not say, sir.
Thou shalt be quartered.
How are you on this wonderful Sunday?
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good.
Yeah, out of all the topics, any comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, it's symbolic. This band is a leader. Why hate? I don't have hate for anybody. But I don't understand the hate for the King of England coming to the United States. Is it because he took shots at the administration? He mentioned the Magna Carta. He mentioned the alliance with NATO. He's going against the grain, maybe. I don't know. I've never seen such hatred for British monarchs coming to the United States. Well, when Prince Diana came, I believe she came, and everybody loved her. Now we hate them? I don't understand where it's coming from.
And he's also part of a constitutional monarchy. He's not an absolute king, which means his powers are checked.
Y'all like the king in here? Y'all like King Charles? I like him.
Matter of liking is I don't hate him. The man brought some, he came, he dropped some bombs in his speech. He came to the city, showed some love to Harlem. What's the problem? I don't get it. I don't get it.
I thought that was cool. He went up to Harlem. Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool, though. I gotta give him some credit on that.
You've got nice hands.
No talking of the hands, please. It's got sausage fingers.
A lot of y'all don't go to Harlem. At least the king do. You know what I mean?
Shut up, Omar. She talking about everybody go to Harlem. You don't need to go to Harlem.
Yes, I do. I go to Melba's first lady.
For what?
Get a nice little grub of Melba's. 110th Street.
Come on, next time you're in the city.
And how many times a month?
Go to New York quite often. I mean, not every month, but
Now
every
you go to
couple
New York.
Once a year.
You just said Harlem. I'm asking you a question. How often do you go to this?
I was in Harlem in February. Last time I was in
February.
Okay. Well, I want you to come to East New York, Omar, and there's a spot. Let me know when you're ready. There's a spot. There's a spot I want you to check out. He don't gotta hang out with me, but I got some spots. I want to see if he gonna brave the waters. People get nervous here.
East New York is a different beast, though. I will see that. Nah, but my baby mama from Coney Island, man. I know about New York a little bit, Devon.
Why are you so calling her your baby mama?
Never admit that again in public.
On the app. Okay, yeah, you were.
No, in the world.
I mean, you don't have any babies, right? Like, your kids are older. You got a small one?
Nah.
You just say your child's mom.
Yeah, but I thought, I'm around Negroes, so I just, you know what I mean? I let my guard down a little bit sometimes, you know what I mean?
Wow.
I have a homeboy, first lady, that has many mothers of his children, and so he rides too. So when we go riding, if we run into them, it always bugs me out. He still calls, and he says it to their face. And you know my baby mama. I'm like, bro, your kids are like business owners now. Stop calling them your baby mom.
Hey, it's fine. It never ages out, man. It never ages out.
I hate it now.
I know you do. You be like, what's up, baby mama? And then you like, stop. This shit is hilarious.
did let off the shot, that was the reason why I was asking the question, like, how long does it usually take for them to get that information back? And I'm sure you knew exactly where I was going, but for whatever reason, I was halted. And that's fine. I adhere. I want to be quiet. The stage is open.
Talk about the correspondence shooter.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, there's been some wild video. I saw a video. They show him going, and I don't know if it's him. I don't know if it's Doctor. They show him going into a room, and you see one of the agents with the dog, and he doesn't have anything that appears to be a long gun, and then the guy with the dog turns, kind of says something to him and turns away, and then he runs out with the gun. I was like, wait a minute. Wait, what are we... they gave us that grainy video first, and now there's a clearer video, but I don't know, the whole thing is just strange.
That's some color. But yeah, no, I was just trying to figure out how long does it usually take for that information to come back, from my own personal use. I thought it was like within 24, 48 hours, but yeah. They said they found the pellets in the officer's vest. So. In other news, I saw Trump, I don't know if it was, did he tweet it yesterday or today? But he said Iran hasn't paid enough for what they did. I didn't know what that meant. I was like, what is he talking about? So, is he saying, like, from previous years, like years ago, or something that was current? Does anybody know that? Anybody see his Truth Social? No.
No. What did you say? What did you say?
Those you saw, he sees everything.
Yeah, if I said it, he said he will definitely say he saw it. But don't start with me, little friend. Omar.
I know you said something along the lines of what's it called? The deal that Iran proposed was not enough for him. Beyond that, I've not seen anything else.
Right. The deal wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And something else in regards, like, they haven't paid for what they've done. I didn't know what that part meant.
Well, that could be a threat. With Trump, anything's possible. So.
Hey, MJ.
Wait, is Omar short person? Where'd you talking about?
What's going on, First Lady?
How's it going?
I am a Spirit Airlines refugee that made it home this weekend.
Okay. So you got one of the last flights?
Nah. So I flew into Nashville for my niece's graduation. And I got the news the next morning. So I immediately jumped online and saw tickets that used to be $60, $70, Southwest, etc. Like $400 now. Two of those bad boys for myself and my mother to get back home.
Dang.
That was hard. But it is what it is.
So you already paid for your tickets?
What do you mean, the Spirit tickets?
Yeah, you come back home.
Yeah. I had a round trip ticket to Nashville. And then, so, yeah, got the fucking notice in the morning. Not even a notice. It was like, you open the Spirit app. It's like, yeah, all flights have been canceled. You
Might want to
So
find
did it
something.
offer you any like accommodation kind of thing?
No, I'm trying to see what's coming, you know, because I had to drop $1,000. You know.
Did you pay for your Spirit through a major credit card?
Yeah.
Or was it like a debit card?
It was I'm pretty sure it was with a credit card, so.
Okay.
I can't recall, actually. Shit.
I think that's the first place you should try to contact
For sure.
to get your money back.
For sure. I mean, but it's not the same. Like, I'm gonna get back a couple $100 because the round trip is so cheap, right?
Right.
But the $1,000 I had to pay to get home, you know what I'm saying? That's what really hit. That's where the pain was. So, you know.
Right, but you were paying attention to that something was about to happen, right? You thought the bailout was coming?
I didn't, you know, and maybe it was the posturing of the crew on the flight going to Nashville. They were like, they really did not seem like a group of people that were concerned, and they were talking on to other customers like, oh, these are just rumors. Everything's gonna be fine, type shit. It was really weird. The attitude. I could tell when. No, I believe that they believe. I don't believe. It's not like I believe them. I was like, this is the, you know, a lot of skepticism as to what was going on. But I had already purchased these tickets months ago. Anyway, yeah. So I was like, oh shit, let's keep our eyes peeled. But they really believe. In my mind, Spirit did a good job of convincing its employees that everything was gonna be all right, which is wild and foul to me. Just judging off of the way that they were posturing, the way that they were moving, you know, really.
I mean, well, maybe they were saying what they, you know, because they was hoping that somebody would come through.
Yeah, probably. I'm just saying they did a great job of keeping that crew thinking everything was straight, because there was no indication whatsoever from anybody's just the way that they carried themselves that anybody was really concerned about something like this happening, you know.
Yeah, all the people who didn't believe him called out sick. That's crazy. They did that job like and y'all was at a Trump rally in the middle of nowhere.
Bruh. Nasty. I'm like, man, this could have been a better way to roll this out. They could have rolled it out in a way it was like, yo, man, look, we're not gonna take any more reservations. You know, we're gonna continue to. I have a hard time believing this was the only course of action in this scenario. You know what I'm saying? This is just fucking wild.
What it is, MJ, we were talking about it the past 2 days, and it's like we're learning more and more where this has happened before. They filed for bankruptcy several times. They were in talks with JetBlue. They were in talks with the government. So maybe they thought, you know, there would be a last minute effort to save. Like, oh yeah, this happened before. We'll be all right. We also learned they've been around since the 60s under various names. Yeah, and it's sad the way it happened. Just glad you made it back though, brother.
Yeah, man. I wasn't gonna get stuck out there.
Has the government ever offered any private organization like for 90% of its control before? That y'all know of?
Yeah. We had to do some research on that one, Arthur. What's up, brother?
Yeah, I'll poke around.
General Motors, but 90%, the question, Ed, was 90%. Does the government own 90% of GM? Evergrey, what you say? What you got? We got Ed as well.
Yeah, I don't know if it was 90%. I have to double check, but they had a significant portion of GM shares at one point in time in the 2008 period. So
It's not impressive. I think Spirit should have just changed your name to 47.
AIG was 92% bailout. Equity bailout. 2008.
There it is. Brother Ben, I don't know if you're speaking. I see you off mute, but we don't hear you. Okay.
No, I apologize. I heard Nigerians yelling in the background. I just told you it triggered me. I just hear Nigerians yelling. I was ducking for cover.
Potentially inappropriate response.
I saw BT slip in here. He's not right there. Go.
Wait, could you say that again? And just say word for what we just said. Say exactly what you said. Exactly what you said. Just say that again.
I said I saw BT slip in here.
You need to stop right there. I got the clip. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Well, what did you clip?
See, I didn't catch it at first.
Say it one more time.
I saw. The brother BT. He slipped into the room. Well, anyway, did you ever get part 2 of that clip thing? Man, did he ever send it to you?
Of course not. That was no part 2.
Oh, was it?
There was I don't know if you guys know the rapper Mos Def. There's a line that always sticks out that he said, and there's a song called Respiration, one of my favorites. He says, "My ears is quick." Not that one, man. The other one. Escuche la ciudad esperando. Listen to the city breathe. But he says, "My ears is quick," and you don't miss a thing. She said what she said, and it's just like, okay. But you always hear something else. It's hilarious.
I'm recording the ones. That's good. I'm John Kitover. Let me just be honest. I'm John Kitover. I'm not speaking.
I know it. Divine, I don't know what you just said the last 30 seconds.
There's a line by Mos Def in one of his songs. He says, "My ears are quick."
Okay.
He has quick ears. So.
Yeah, I really didn't want you to explain it. I heard you saying something.
Okay, I'm going on mute. Okay, could you get feisty?
Hold up. Refugee. What's it called? The Fuji.
Proswell.
He turned himself in. What happened to him? What did he do?
So, I don't want to mess it up. Somebody's going to correct me if I'm wrong. So the allegations are he was funneling money to the Obama campaign, and the Obama campaign says we didn't know. Yeah, there was some foreign operating as accusations of him operating as a foreign agent without registering as one. Again, I could be wrong. This is from memory. And so, yeah, he's guilty of illegally giving money to a campaign, something of that nature. And so, yeah, he's going to appeal. I think others have done what he has done, but you're a black rapper. No. Your ass is going to jail. And they give him football numbers, right? Something crazy. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Shout out to Croswell of the Fugees.
Well, they tried to come and get him in Jamaica.
No, he's Haitian. He's Haitian.
So he was over in Haiti.
No, he was here. He lives here.
No, they said he returned back to the United States.
damn. I didn't know that part.
Yeah, he was like on the run.
They'll pick him up.
It's a fin on Friday or Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah, he turned himself in. I'm just saying, anyway, whatever.
There's no way he can go and run here. I mean, most of the countries, they have this arrangement with the FBI. They will just turn up and pick you up. So.
Prosecutors allege that Prods received $100 million from fugitive Malaysian businessman J. Lo to influence U.S. government officials, including lobbying against an investigation into the 1MDB scandal and aiding the Chinese extradition case.
And they had 2 touchdowns, that is the extra point. So 15, 16 years.
That's crazy.
Prods win. He wasn't the most lyrical of the group, but he has some joy. He has some joy.
That's an understatement, Divine. Come on.
It's 90 degrees underneath palm trees. Does I burn my calories?
Come on down. Come on, bro.
So wait, did you like him or did you not like him? I don't get you, Arthur.
I mean, he wasn't even like he anchored them down, like
oh
yeah. I mean, he helped them out, but yeah, he wasn't the best at all.
Right, okay.
Breaking news in the chat. Oh my, which Matt is that? Nah, I don't believe you. If it was Matt, go ahead.
What is it? Pennsylvania Democrat Senate candidate Raymond Chandler has been arrested for allegedly threatening to kill. What? It was a trick. You little rat.
Yeah, okay. That's why I said I don't believe you. We need more people. All right, Matt. That was funny. Oh, man. What's up, El Nomo? Ain't you on stage? Go ahead, brother. What you got?
Nothing. I was just looking into air travel and stuff like that. Looks like it's up with growth expectations around what? Between a little over 5, well, almost 6% to 7.5%. Not bad. It's interesting. We'll see how it seems pretty resilient despite the increase in fuel costs. Not so bad. I think there's probably a lot of growth still coming, still returning from COVID, I think.
I'm hesitant to ask, but I put it, they lost money despite increased revenue. How do you treat that as a good thing?
Because it's growing. So, and the prices will level out. And projections are for, look, these are record revenues. And the demand is high.
Have you ever heard of the term?
Customer demand is up by almost 5%. I'm sorry?
Have you ever heard of the term demand destruction?
I haven't heard of it, but I think the meaning is probably clear from the words themselves. I don't think that'll happen. Companies are willing to lose money for a while as they're growing. That's a common business strategy. And I think we expect Amazon didn't make money, I think, for like the first 20 years of its existence or something. You know?
You don't think demand destruction will occur?
No, of course not. I mean, like, there was Spirit obviously had slim margins. So that was riding the razor's edge and they went under. But those are market forces.
What was the straw that broke the camel's back? El Nomo. For Spirit. What was the straw that broke the camel's back for Spirit Airlines?
Is this a question to which you know the answer? I mean, I just mentioned it. I don't know if you heard me. Yes and yes.
It was fuel prices. It was fuel prices.
That's what we're discussing right now.
Are we?
Indeed,
I never heard you use the word fuel prices. I did not hear that come out of your mouth.
Well, you should have been listening more closely. But
did anyone hear him say fuel? Am I bugging? Did anyone hear him say fuel?
You'll catch on.
Oh my God! I'm going. I don't know why I'm engaged. All right, you got it.
Because people like to try their wits against me. That's why you're engaging. I mean, you are, and many are, determined to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory with this war. That's what the context is, obviously. And I think it's pretty clear.
Wait. Say that again.
What did you hear me say?
I think you called the war a victory.
What did you hear me say?
That's why I want you to say it again.
You didn't hear anything?
Say it again.
Why?
Repita, por favor.
¿Por qué?
Say it again. Hold on. Say it again.
Well, what do you think you heard?
It's not worth it, Devon.
I said people seem determined to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. It blows my mind, huh?
Snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah, you never heard that before?
Explain that. No, I've never heard that in my. Say it again. What does that mean?
Okay. Well, the expression is snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, and that means it looks like you're losing, but then you win, maybe by surprising, by a surprising margin or something, or just surprising. Have you heard?
What are you using that? What are you using that in comparison to? The war
I'm not comparing it to anything.
So you're just saying that. What does that have to do with the conversation?
Oh dear. So, rising fuel costs are one of the costs of the war, right? Yeah. Do you understand? Do you get that part?
Totally. Crystal. Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay. And people are focusing on that as a negative consequence of the war, which of course it is. However, I think it's very small-minded and short-sighted. And so we discussed one of the possible impacts of increasing fuel prices on air travel. So, and obviously the failure of Spirit Airlines has been in the news, and which was obviously a low-cost, kind of low-margin, cheapo way to go. And so I looked into it a little bit because I just did some air travel and the planes were packed, and found that it's growing. Well, it might be counting when we hear headlines and hot takes from the media. It's important to think critically. It's important to think critically about the hot takes and quickie headlines that we hear from media outlets that are biased. So I always like to consider alternative explanations.
Just give us the short version. You're saying that the airline industry is growing regardless of the rise in fuel costs. That's what you're saying?
Oh yes, yeah. I just looked it up. That's why I said it. That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Revenues expected to grow pretty healthily.
Did you say that profits were growing? Is that what you said?
No, I said revenues. And I put it in the chat.
Are revenues the same as profits?
Why do you ask?
I'm just trying to understand. I don't understand why.
What do you think is the answer to your question?
I don't understand why 47 airlines. I don't understand why 47 airlines went out of business.
Okay, I don't know of 47. I know of Spirit, and I know we have some 200 passenger and commercial air carriers because I looked that up earlier in the day.
So is it possible for your revenue to go up and still lose money?
Of course. And that's when I mentioned Amazon, which I don't think was profitable for the first 20 years or so of its existence, but it's a not uncommon business strategy to keep growing.
In the case of this airline industry, why would the market be constricting and then revenue be going up? How do you explain that?
The market is not constricting. The market is growing. That was what I just added to the conversation.
Grow? How can the market grow if Spirit has just left the market?
Well, those are unrelated phenomena.
How do you determine growth in the airline industry?
Demand and revenue. It grows, if there's more people flying, which is what I just looked up from some business consulting publication, and found that yes, demand is up and it's expected to keep growing. And that's when I speculated that could be due in part to a still, demand that was suppressed by the pandemic still coming back. It feels like there might be still more demand.
The pandemic was how many years ago?
Why do you ask?
You brought in the pandemic when you...
Yes, I brought in the pandemic, and I think we all know when it was. So I'd be surprised that you would ask a question to which you know the answer. It's unnecessary. It's a bit of a time waster.
Okay, but...
Let's get to your point.
But you're missing the elephant that is right in front of you.
I might be. What elephant is that?
The war.
No, I'm not missing it. I mentioned that is specifically the topic that we were discussing. I'm definitely not missing that.
Okay, and how does that impact the airline industry?
Well, I think you know the answer to that one too.
So, if it impacts the airline industry, how do you determine growth in the same airline industry?
How? By the numbers. What else? By the data. That's why I put it in the chat. Read it if you like. You mean what?
You're the economist, so that's why we're asking.
I'm not an economist.
But you're running us numbers, so.
I'm not running them. I just looked them up and repeated them.
And you repeated them. Okay.
That's correct. You doubt it?
Who am I to doubt the numbers?
Say again?
You helped me the first time.
No.
Okay. Try harder next time.
Try harder to what? I made my point. You're questioning it.
All right. Okay. All right.
See where you get from.
Okay. All right. I want to welcome F. Gray to the stage. I saw you tried to get up here earlier. I don't know if you want to add to the conversation.
Oh man, I heard you speaking earlier about Mos Def, and shout out to Mos Def, Miss Fat Booty. in these high inflation times, I know I can't afford to shop, 'cause I know, hey, shout out to, if you remember that line from Miss Fat Booty, who was that, Patti LaBelle or Aretha Franklin? Patti LaBelle. And, boom. Is that who it was?
Patti LaBelle. What the hell?
Just boom it. I'm gonna boom myself. I knew it was one or the other. I couldn't remember.
You know it was one. Patti LaBelle. There's never been a Patti LaBelle sample in the history of hip hop. Please.
All right, man. All right.
Very salty. You didn't get the talk about it.
Talk about what?
I'm talking about Play-Doh.
Didn't someone use On My Own as a sample? Come on, y'all. Who used On My Own?
Wait a minute, didn't everybody finish his point?
Michael McDonald was done when he said Patti LaBelle.
You took his mic from him because he didn't know Patti LaBelle from Aretha?
Dan got his children taken away.
On my own.
why Mos Def didn't continue acting?
Because he's not good at it.
I knew somebody was gonna say it. I knew it.
Oh, nasty. Alright, so there's a website called Who Sampled. Why would you? Check it out, man.
Brother, you're not nice. You're not nice.
Yeah, I get Millie Mouse, you know, not the cool kid. Like even in what was it? There was another movie. Was it The 13th Hour or something? It was a Spike Lee movie. He did with Ethan Hawke.
25th Hour, I believe you're thinking of.
It's something precinct, I think.
Oh.
So in that one where they were stealing back the gold that they got stolen, the gold got stolen. They stole the gold, and
Italian Job. Italian Job.
Italian Job. Italian Job.
The Italian Job was good.
With the Mini Coopers.
Yeah. They were supposed to have another one. I thought they would have a second one.
That's how they introduced the Mini Coopers, riding through the subway.
Yeah. Yeah, the updated ones.
On my own.
Yep. Title Bell, If Only You Knew. Sampled by Busy Bones, Twister, and Taint.
You got it, Austin. You got it.
No, I had to look it up. I had to go to Who Sampled. I had to go to Who Sampled to find it.
Funky clarity. Oh.
How much I do.
Why Kevin Hart doesn't have an Academy Award?
That's a fun fact for you, Arthur. Nas' first single, Ain't Hard to Tell, sampled Michael Jackson. And Michael Jackson said, you could sample the song, but you cannot curse on your record. So if you go back and listen to Nas's Ain't Hard to Tell, there's no curses on that record. And another rapper that refused to curse, go through the Will Smith catalog. Will Smith did not curse in his records.
Yeah, he was known for that. It's clean rapper.
Stop you right there. The Will Smith catalog. That's not.
Welcome to Miami.
That's savage.
Will Smith catalog. Y'all have to be playing in our face.
Brother, get jiggy with it. Come on, man. What?
Benvenido a Miami.
The Willow Smith catalog might be a little better.
Body in the city with a
I heard about the
Miami.
Okay. All right. So you got two songs. Name two more.
Come on, like
summertime.
My parents just don't understand. Wild Wild West.
Wild West.
Not what was the songs?
just the two of us.
See, you got a couple joints, brother. You had a couple joints.
Oh yeah, not too much on Will Smith here. Nothing on Will.
Yeah, you can get slapped. You can get slapped if you say something about his wife.
Another fun fact, I forget his name, but Lady Gaga's manager, if somebody help me out if you know the brother's name. Damn it. He told me, huh?
Akon?
No, Lady Gaga's manager, short black dude. He's definitely has a couple of artists under his belt. He's from Philly, short dude, black dude. And he started out, because he had Eve as well, Eve the rapper. And he told me a story. He's like, bro, I used to have to he was like a PA, personal assistant to Will Smith, way back. He's like, man, I used to have to wash the cars, take care of the dogs. He's like, man, I paid my dues in this shit. So, Troy Carter, see, he came to me, still got it. Troy Carter, my man, Philly. Yeah, he blew up on. He got it out the mud, starting out as a personal assistant to the brother Will Smith.
Need to get in the
Speaking of personal assistants, has anybody heard from Farnsworth Bentley?
Yeah.
No, we were looking for him in a major trial.
He was talking during that time.
I didn't see him.
Hold on, I need to say something. So, y'all brother to a man who doesn't know anything about popular music, doesn't know anything about hip hop. You allowed him to color your unfair censure of Will Smith's catalog. Let me tell you something. Out of 10, yeah, please, you got to get yours off and to get mine. Pause.
Take that.
Hey, thank you, Ed. It's a solid 6 out of 10. It's let me give you some songs. Summertime. Let me tell you something. Anybody between the ages of, 33, 34, and 60, they might be listening to Summertime on the way to heaven. That is one of the all-time great summer jams. All-time great song. This is the all-time song. Y'all didn't even mention Summertime. You was too busy following Brothers Lead and cackling like schoolgirls. Excuse me. Excuse me. Too busy cackling.
Oh, not normally.
Summertime.
I had already factored that in. I said name 2 more. Two more.
Parents just don't understand. Parents just don't understand. Is a great song. That's
Next
2.
one.
Hello? I'm still going, sir. I'm still going.
Continue.
He didn't run out yet. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. She said go deeper.
Now she understands.
Now she gets it. Now she gets it. I got about 3 more. I'm gonna give it to you one by one. I'm doing some laps here. When you get to my age, you do laps 2 ways: walking or swimming. So I'm currently doing the walking. I no longer do running laps. Men in Black is one of the greatest movie soundtrack theme songs, title songs of all time. It is.
Yes, it is.
That's 3. I'm gonna give you me.
Okay.
Just the 2 of us.
Yes, I understand.
That's 4. Excuse me, sir. You had Arthur cackling like they brought back the blue cup for 50 cents on 138th Street. Just cackling. Arthur, the blue cups are gone. The blue cups are gone.
But Wild West
Excuse me, sir. Excuse. I mentioned Wild Wild. I mentioned Wild Wild West, sir.
They did. That was my point.
You asked them to name hits, though.
This is
Just name
You
one.
mean to call me? There's another one. The theme song to Fresh Prince.
Off the track. You come back around for that next lap. You're going in it.
The theme song to Fresh Prince. Arguably the greatest of all time. Hello? Hello?
To the theme song.
Oh, now you want to song?
That's a fact.
fact, sir. That's a fact. That's a fact. Carry on. Carry on.
The theme song to Fresh Prince. Hello?
We said yes.
That's 5 songs.
It's almost a catalog.
See, the problem is you people thought you could come for Will Smith. Oh, God. And you can't. Now, sometimes he might act bizarre. They ask him how he bite off so much and chew it. Huh? He's an action star. Sometimes he might act bizarre. His catalog is a 6 out of 10. Y'all laugh like it was a 1. The last concert that Brother Messi went to was to see Shirley Caesar when she was still dating men. That was in 1978.
She was still dating men. She stopped dating men.
Yeah, she is.
No, she was not.
Yes, she is. She's loved it.
What? Shirley.
I mean, she's not open, but yeah, she's different.
Yeah, she's a lot. Everybody knows that. Yeah, that's the last concert he went to. He said, "Where is your faith?" That's the last T-shirt he got at a concert.
This is nasty. I'm not gonna tell you which was my last concert. You don't need to know.
I know what it was. It was Trolls Live. I got this feeling inside my bones. Oh, God. I love that song.
It was a great song. No, it was Sonic.
You know, another joint off that first album, Brand New Funk.
Yeah. Yeah. I would troll my parents, but parents just don't understand. We'd be in the backyard chilling. Everybody had a little boombox back then, cassette, and I would rewind it, play it over and over. Turn up that song.
Yo, Divine, speaking of boombox, did you see that new one that just came out? That just dropped 2 cassette tapes, booming speakers, CD. It's a throwback. It's a throwback, but it sounds nice.
The technology now, I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
I've seen the ones that are like MP3 player style, like you load up your playlist. But that's dope that they bring it up. But these kids, it's funny. Sort of the parents showing their kids items.
Divine. Did you see the new Halo hair dryer? It's like so cute and it's like really good on your hair.
Wow.
And it's like it dries your hair super fast with ceramic like kind of look to it. It's great.
Wow. Oh boy. Wow. Okay. I see how we go.
That was violent.
And Divine, one more thing on Will Smith. The irony, this is going way back, the irony of this silly song he had called I Think I Can Beat Mike Tyson. One of the people in the video was Chris Rock.
F, are you leaving us, brother?
Say what?
Are you leaving us? It sounds like you're about to die. What's going on?
I'm hanging on, man. I'm hanging on. I'm reminiscing. I'm reminiscing.
What's what it said? I leave my 401k to my kids. Okay, let me respond to the people in the chat. So the Jamie Foxx show
versus the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. It's sort of like, I mean, it's sort of like, I don't know. I can't even analogize it. No. I said, no. See, that's what you want to do. You want to segment things. You see, you want to segment things. No, we're not going to say. What did I say? The claim I made was, he's the greatest total package. So the gap between the TV, first of all, Jamie Foxx show is bad. And he's arguably the worst in it. He's not good in the Jamie Foxx show. It's a bad show. So the gap from the TV show means I've already won. There's my defeater. So I would like to respond. I am willing to accept the argument that the catalog of Will Smith was much better than I made it out to be. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And I think 6 out of 10 is appropriate. I'm okay with that. Okay. Now, hold on, 1 second. Wild Wild West, terrible song, is not a submission to make the argument. You didn't make that, but others did.
The Wild Wild West.
That's insane. Just because they played it a million times with that whack ass movie, which was a blockbuster, doesn't mean that was a good song. No, I agree.
Well, before you go, Ben, I just want to say, brother, now the way that you can concede to that is the same way you get turned that pink ticket in. I'm done speaking. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to put that'll never happen. I'm not worthy of membership.
Then that's fine. You'll just go back on a block list periodically. That's it.
Well, I appreciate you, brother, because I was the one that brought up Will Smith, and you snubbed me when I used the word catalog. So I appreciate you.
that was just to get a quick laugh. No, he does. He is good. I mean, summertime is a permanent fixture on my summer jam list. Absolutely. Right between going up yonder and the Potter's house. I listen to secular music. Let's transition to the Will Smith secular music, because there's nobody here who will admit that Jamie Foxx has an indispensable song.
Yes.
They'll fight you. That one song that he had.
Slow jam. Salute the Van Gogh. No, that's not it. That was a Kanye song.
I swear it's good. That's Twister.
What about Ray soundtrack? Maybe something from that.
You mean Gold Digger? You talking about?
I think Ray Charles gets those. Yeah, people putting unpredictable. This is what y'all do. I'm talking about. What do you mean? I said an indispensable song, not a song you like when it randomly comes on the groove on Sirius XM radio. That's what they came. That's how they came up with the Wild Wild West. So summertime quite literally defined an era and a time. When we hear summertime, drums please, I just transported some of y'all back to 1998, and that girl finally let you touch her titties. It was just, that's it, you know what I'm saying? We can all get transported back to that, huh?
It's like the good old days.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying Jamie Foxx doesn't have very good songs. I said indispensable. Anybody between the ages of 30 and 55 cannot do an all-time summer jams list without summertime. You can't. Unpredictable is great. It comes on Sirius XM radio. You're like, oh, shit, I love that song. Cool, let me continue. Unpredictable, slow jams, and the Ray Charles songs. Somebody name another. Jamie Foxx song in 5, 4.
I think it's called Rose.
2. How'd that go?
Huh?
How's that
Can I call you Rose? Can I call you Rose?
Yeah.
Can I call you Rose? From the 3, wait, can I call you Rose? Wait, how's it go?
I don't know. I gotta get it for you.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. Yeah. Anybody thinks Dr. Cassidy said, if you think slow jams is indispensable, that means you have such nigga ears that when you use a Q-tip, it comes out black. That is just nigga ears, as Chris Rock would say. That is not an indispensable song. But I do like it, to be fair. I'm surprised people think Jamie Foxx's music is better than Will Smith's music. I mean, obviously not going to go into sales and all of that. But I just think...
Vocally, yeah, but, like, I don't even know...
He doesn't sing.
Yeah. Will Smith doesn't sing. So, I don't know why there was a
listen in the summertime. Oh, my God, he said white people listen in the summertime. How old are y'all?
Everybody listens to something.
Y'all must be insane. Y'all must be young. Oh, my God, that's crazy.
For the Jamie
They
song.
listened to it because it was the Fresh Prince.
I had to look it up. Jamie song, She Got Her Own. That was a good one.
Well, wait a minute. But hey, everyone, "Summertime" is one of his biggest hits. What are we talking about?
I don't know, Shay.
What?
They're trying to compare James.
Guys, are we talking about Africa politics?
Yes.
Okay, that's the movie. I don't.
And we sent you to the seminar. And then we sent you to the seminar room in the hallway.
There you go.
So let me keep going. Let's take our own personal ones we like better. I mean, did we like best or better away? Jamie Foxx's numbers are, I mean, by any objective measurement, Will Smith is a bigger star by any measurement. Total package. I think Jamie Foxx is great. I want to go to the one I think really matters. I think Spinoza and others were suggesting that Jamie Foxx is a better actor than Will Smith. That's insane. That is absolutely insane.
I don't know about that. Yeah.
So we'll have. Oh, here he comes. See how you can trigger him? I did it. This is that easy. Someone bring that brother up. Oh, not I am lyric. Oh Lord.
Why are you trying to rage bait me?
It worked too.
And here you are.
Hello, the skills have gotten better since I stopped reading books. Thank you for allowing me to come to the stage.
Who did that? Hey, Spinoza.
Shalom, beloved.
God darn. How are you feeling? Feeling good? Hey, Sherry. Hey, Rambo.
And then at the level of being a celebrity, a star, an A-lister who can it's not even close. Will Smith did Men in Black, Wild Wild West, Independence Day.
Ali. Can't forget Ali.
No,
I'm just talking about the big summer. I'm talking about the big summer, like the big summer blockbusters.
Okay.
Jamie Foxx has never. What did Jamie Foxx do?
Ray Charles.
No, summer blockbuster.
Independence Day. Yeah, he wasn't bad, but he didn't have the big role.
Independence Day.
He was
Bad Boys.
He was the
Bad Boy.
to the Amazing Spider-Man when he played the scientist.
You gotta stop, bro.
That was a small role.
You gotta stop. Enemy of the state.
Enemy of the State was good.
Enemy of the state. Enemy of the state.
Were these blockbuster hits? Were these you basing solely on acting or just like the
Just stick to the question. Answer the question.
What? So what's the question? So
Who's the better actor? Will Smith or Jamie Foxx?
Jamie Foxx.
No, we have room for Will's catalog.
I'm talking about acting. I'm talking about acting skills. Jamie Foxx.
Will Smith obliterates Jamie in acting. I'm sorry.
Almost insulted by the question. Will Smith, no doubt.
I'm going with Jamie Foxx.
It is Will Smith.
Blockbuster hits is going to be Will Smith.
But wait a minute. Oh, wait.
You're confusing it.
He did all
blockbusters, Rambo? What are the blockbusters, Rambo? Because we just gave. Ben just gave you.
No, he gave you two qualifiers. He's saying that he would give the blockbusters obviously to Will Smith, but so far as an acting, he said he'll give it to Jamie Foxx.
No.
Acting pound for
the acting goes to Will. £7.
Yeah.
Pursuit of Happiness.
That's just my thoughts.
Pursuit of Happiness. I mean,
Will Smith all day.
Pursuit of Happiness is £7 wins alone. Will as Ali was, to me, one of his better. It was phenomenal.
Agreed. Now he really acted. Now he took that character was made for him, just like Ray was made for what's his name? Absolutely. But like his blockbuster hits, come on, that's not even an argument.
Well, Ben, you know they don't know that film.
Yeah,
I don't even know why you brought that up.
I'll let them get the nigga talk. Y'all get y'all to y'all thing. Y'all gotta spend a day a week just exploring more than your Black American culture. Just a day a week. Just a day a week. It's a whole world out there. Just one day. One day a week. It's a whole world out there.
A whole new world.
Just one day.
Ben, did you name Collateral Beauty or by Will Smith?
No, they were talking about Collateral with Jamie Foxx and
that was Tom Cruise, wasn't it?
Tom Cruise. Now, Jamie Foxx's performance in that, for me, is his best acting performance. And that's actually one of my favorite movies of all time. I watch that movie at least once, if not twice a month, minimum. I think Jamie Foxx is fantastic in there. But I don't think he's ever given a performance that delicate. I shouldn't use the word delicate, you're all homophobes. He's never given a performance like that specific and nuanced ever again. I think Jamie Foxx is incredibly talented. He's my number 2 on the list. But total package. Let me ask you a question. If you were having an event and each of them were at the peak of their powers and you had to get people into the event, who would you have hired, Jamie Foxx or Will Smith, to be the guest star?
Will Smith.
Hello? Obviously.
Yeah, Will Smith.
I mean, the real defeater really is, if you say everything is a wash with Jamie Foxx, the Jamie Foxx show is literally 30 rungs beneath Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like, literally. It's a terrible show.
It's not a great show, and I think Garrett Morris. Garrett Morris was the best thing in. He was the best one in there. Yeah. Yes.
It depends on who your audience is. Jamie Foxx is very popular amongst what we would call not the bougie types, but you already know Will Smith has always been seen as bougie or, you know.
When? In what world? What's going on?
The bougie types.
What's going on?
Yes, that's the bourgeois.
Just don't respond. Just don't respond.
You said Jamie Foxx is not popular with the That's not true.
That's not true.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying when you think about the demographics and what they attract, Will Smith was typically, you know, he never really had like a gangster role. He always had like action figures.
What does that mean, a gangster role? What do you mean by a gangster role?
In the movies.
So what gangster role did Jamie Foxx have?
Jamie did more of like Martin Lawrence.
What gangster role did he have?
Sitcom type roles, things like that.
I said, what gangster role did he have?
Let me think here.
None.
Hey, the closest thing would be Miami Vice, but he was a cop.
Kowalski said at least Will Smith with black women.
That's a defeater.
There's the defeater. I'm done. There's the defeater. Thank you, Kowalski. Jamie Foxx had never seen a snow bunny he didn't like.
Yeah, that is.
But y'all choose Jamie Foxx.
That is the defeater.
That bothers me.
I don't even know why y'all brought Jamie into this conversation.
Oh, I can tell you why. Because of what I said in the chat. No, I said that because there was one on Will Smith, and in the chat I said that Will Smith was the greatest total package, and I think the person that would be the next in line would actually be Jamie Foxx. I actually think Jamie Foxx is the most talented person. Not anymore, he's sick. I actually think Jamie Foxx is the most talented person of my lifetime.
Yeah, because he's a total threat.
Will Smith is a total package. So that was the
argument. That's how it came out.
Yeah. I mean, when I think about Jamie Foxx as a comedian, and not just being a singer, but he's also a musician because he plays piano very well by that. And an actor, I think, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
You always triggering the people. No,
Does he
can
play piano very well?
Yeah.
I've seen him. Yeah.
Does he play piano very well, or does he play block chords? Does he play piano very well?
He is limited for an actor. Yeah, for an actor.
I'm not saying he's the best piano player in the world. I'm just saying he plays the piano well for him, I guess, if that makes sense. But I mean, yeah, he can play. But also, I've seen him live, so there's that. When he was doing live stand up, he would play piano.
So who do y'all think is the better comedian?
What?
Between those two?
Yeah.
Between the two of them?
Will Smith is not a comedian. He's funny.
You mean like stand-up comedian or just comic?
It just kind of
stand-up comedian or comic actor? What you mean?
Comic actor is probably better because I don't think Will Smith never did stand up.
No. I don't know. I mean, Jamie Foxx probably gets it. Will Smith is very funny. Was very funny when he did comedy.
Yeah,
he was
he's
very
funny. Oh yeah, he's a funny guy.
He's a funny person. Yeah.
He was very funny, and I mean, and this goes to IM's point. A lot of Jamie Foxx's comedy is nigga minstrel comedy. I'm the one. You know, it's just like a lot of it is a little nigga minstrel. Yeah, bring Manfinity in. Oh. But what has Jamie Foxx done in terms of? I'm trying to think comedy movies. I mean, I know he has them. I'm just thinking. I don't think he really has them, does he? Does he really have comic movies?
Yeah, I mean.
I can't name any. I can't name one. No, it's always been some cop, FBI agent.
With Tommy Davidson, I can't think of the name though.
President of the United States. I don't. You have to search.
Oh yeah, Booty Call and Sprung. Yeah, he did that's right.
Yeah, he did I was getting ready to say. Now, I may not have watched them, but I do know he was in them, and they were comedic roles. Yeah.
Sprung. That was the one with Tommy Davidson, I think.
That was Booty Call. Yeah.
Well, that was Booty Call.
And what's his name was in it too? Bernie Mac.
Well, Booty Call is so
Pause.
Booty Call as a movie is so important because it actually helps spring forth a black feminist thought. It's inspirational to Patricia Hill Collins. She talks about it. She writes about it. She includes it in her analysis of black women's ways of knowing. God bless America first. He also did what was that? Mostly I won't do that. There was another. So he was good in Django, but Django's better. But I think I think most people. I don't know if there's like a signature sort of thing about Jamie Foxx in the movie that would have necessarily. I think they could have found somebody else and it would have been good.
The Great White Hype, but he wasn't really, it was a comedy, but it wasn't.
You mean Django?
No, The Great White Hype, when he played the boxer with Damon, what was it, Damon Wayans was in that, and Samuel Jackson when he was...
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I was talking about Brother. What movie was Brother talking about? I'm sorry. I was talking about Django. Oh, yeah, they wrote it for Will Smith. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's what I was saying. I didn't necessarily think that it was like... I thought it was just good writing, and they could have had a really good actor. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he refused that role, didn't he? He refused to play it. Yeah.
No, the big one for Jamie Foxx is
What the Foundation
What is this?
Well, it's Ray, right?
It's Ray. Yeah.
When you won the Oscar, yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's Ray and also Collateral. If y'all haven't seen Collateral, Collateral is and Tom Cruise is fantastic too. It's a great story.
I haven't watched it in a long time. I might have to rewatch it. Yeah.
That's Michael Mann. Is great. Michael Mann, and he also did Miami Vice too.
It's great. It's a great game. Yeah, we're not going to count that Miami Vice could have gone the way of not ever being made.
I mean, I'll give it credit because it hit the ground running like we already knew it. It didn't start from scratch. So I appreciate that he wasn't like trying to like redefine it. Like, here's who these two guys are. It's like we already saw the series. So in that way, it was a good storyline.
It hit the ground running because it was cocaine induced. So they were wired. Yeah, that's not right. Now, I haven't seen Day Clone Tyrone, but I heard that was a good movie.
Yeah, he was good in that. And who was the actress that was in it too? They had good chemistry together. You know, so yeah, when he plays the pimp, he was funny in that.
Tiana Paris.
Yes, they had great back and forth in the film. So yeah.
And he has an amazing movie with Cameron Diaz. That's all me. America First, though.
No, brother. If I didn't know you, throw you in the clubhouse window.
Yeah, I know y'all like that.
Rambo, is that you?
Peter O'Toole.
Yes, Rambo, is that you?
I should like to join the boards. Take my advice to people who wait till afternoon.
Okay.
You people have those hands ready to. What do you avoid? All respond. Sure, rely on words, judgment, sources of information. I would know. He spoke to me of a particular enemy of yours. Do you know who that might be? I mean, thought like with me on the marshes and in this car. I think more from his NBC shows.
What's going on? Man, he's watching television. Can you mute him?
Can we figure out what it is first? Golly.
What is it?
I was close. I've seen this before.
You seen a movie? The show he's watching?
I recognize the voices. I can't.
Let me meet up. Maybe.
I set myself to Halibut. It was soon done. I couldn't get rid of the notion of being watched. How many unresigning persons I suspected of watching me, it would be hard to calculate. I began to go out and start training at practice. Sometimes alone, sometimes with Herbert. We were hunting all weathers. The cave was our intent. Familiar figures on the river. My burns were still very painful. We made it a practice that Herbert embarked from the place nearest to the house where our convict was hidden. As the hours of the tide changed, we took to going further down the river. There, on the marshes, we found a low public house where we decided to stay on the night of our escape. And from a nearby buoy, we climbed to the passing of the boat.
Anyway, what else is on?
Jumped about the corner.
Nothing? Look it up, right? You give me a $5. It was my thing. Rambo ain't talking about nothing. And then she went out. Divine, you sleep?
Speaking of sound, where you at, First Lady?
Sephora.
Hey, Rambo, what you watching?
Yo?
What movie are you watching?
Oh, damn. I just came back to the TV. I was out of the room. This is some classic shit. Hold on, I'll tell you.
Great Expectations.
Great Expectations.
Yes, Great Expectations. I had a feeling that's what that was.
Thank you, guys. I'm sorry. I was getting dressed. Pardon me, I was off mute. Thank you, guys.
No worries.
Y'all could have heard some. Look, y'all could have heard some crazy shit. All right, but thank you, guys.
That's crazy.
I thought it was.
Well, I think Sherry won that one. I don't think
You know, ma'am, I'm not about winning. I've already lost. That's why I have a pink ticket. I've lost. I'm okay.
brother, please,
I've accepted my fate. I'm going on mute. God bless.
please take care of that, brother. I'd appreciate it. I really do. There's no need for all that. That's really performative at this point. It really is. It's beyond. It's beyond you.
Well, ma'am, apparently not. Apparently, being performative is a part of who I am.
Oh, what you say? What did you say, sir?
It's a burden I must carry. A cross I must bear.
Hello.
My scarlet ticket.
Brother, today, it's over. It's done. It's finished. He hung his head. So
Nobody believes that. Nobody believes that.
it's done.
Yes. Nobody else.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out whether I want this one or the 8 neutral. What?
asking where's the content.
Wow, he would ask a stage full of black people, where's the content? That's insane.
Right, like we work for him. Like we work for him.
Wow.
Like it's our job to amuse him. Isn't that something? That's I tell you. The audacity. The audacity.
Perched from his seat, looking down on the help. Ooh. Wow.
Hello? Nobody look. Brother, we can't move forward until let's just take the pictures.
Man,
we have until
why would you allow this
midnight.
to hold you back?
Okay, you say you need some midnight?
Sure, why not?
There was a song that says, "Don't wait till I'm here." Remember that? Don't remember that?
No, I only listened to
Don't wait till midnight.
Did Shirley Caesar sing it? Did the
No, but
Caravans sing
that
it?
is a gospel song now. It was a gospel song. So that's why I asked if you knew.
It depends on how old it is.
It's real old.
Okay.
Oh, what's the name of the song? I don't remember the name of the song, but he just goes song. Don't wait till midnight. When there is no sunlight. You know, I don't know the word.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That sounds like something Kelly Price sang.
It wasn't Kelly. It wasn't Kelly.
Not on her album.
It wasn't Kelly. It's not first. It was around that time though. It was that era time.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like
Hosta. H O K. I'm gonna find it.
As we lay.
Oh no. That was one song I never believed. Understood until I got over it. Still don't get it. What was her name? The person you just mentioned? What was the person's
Kelly
name?
Price. Kelly Price.
Oh, she remixed it, but who was the original?
Oh.
Because it was an original, right? Shirley Murdoch. Wasn't it Shirley?
I don't.
Yeah, it was. It was Shirley Murdoch.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you, Sherry.
I hope you remember people's names.
Dan, are you there? He may not be. I have a question for you. Have you listened to the latest new books in African American studies? Mask of Memory. You should listen to it. Yeah, it's fascinating. I'm going to, I think I'm going to get that and I'm going to read it. I think the author's name, what is his name? His last name is Young. Yes, yeah. Yeah, that was fascinating to me. I listened to it yesterday.
Yeah, I look forward to it. That's one of my new. I think as you know, we continue to downplay culture and its role in the show and ideas, and it's how it shapes the world. So I'm really into that kind of scholarship now. Yeah, I see the book here. I'll definitely listen to it and probably read the book. Appreciate it.
Oh no, you're welcome. I thought it was fascinating. I just thought it was fascinating. I'm like, I need to read this book because I think, yes, because we do downplay the idea of cultural production.
Yeah, I'm going through well, it doesn't matter what I'm going through, but yeah, it looks good. It looks very interesting. It's people sort of, people kind of underestimate, to my mind, the degree to which a few people can really shape not only ideas, memory, what we do with the war, something like the Civil War, see that's books about. It really does not take a lot of people. It just takes the right organs and institutions to do so. I was going through this Fires Upon Us book again this week, and it's fascinating the degree to which, like, the modern conservative movement that Buckley et al. Founded in the 50s is it was like 10 people. It really is. I mean, I look forward to it. What stood out from it, Sherry? What was the thing about it you were saying?
Well, the standout for me, because he mostly talks about South Carolina and how they shaped the memory of slavery. Right? And
after
so,
the war or contemporary period?
Well, after the war, because he's in the 1920s, and what white people were doing with, in terms of memory of, enslaved people, and how they do it through literature and art. And what piqued my interest was when he brought up Porgy and Bess, because that was a book, right? And it's written and it's a white person. His name is Du Bois. I think it's Du Bois Haywood, right? And his wife, right? And which, in my mind, I said we still need that history of Porgy and Bess, because I think it does shape culture. It does shape the idea of how not just Gone with the Wind and, Birth of a Nation, but we don't think about Porgy and Bess, right? And how that is shaped through by white people. He even brought up this society of, I think it's called the Society of Preservation of Spirituals. Have you ever heard of that society? It comes out and it's founded in South Carolina in Charleston.
It's not ringing a bell. I may have heard it at some point, but I don't know.
Well, yes, and they believed it. Well, this was the idea that they believed that it should be preserved, and they thought the founders believed that the blues and the jazz was not the thing. We should preserve the spirituals, right? And then when you take a deeper look, this is founded by white people. It's a white organization. And they believe that the spiritual should be preserved, not because, and also it should be preserved, and they believe that black people were not the ones to do it. They believe they should do it. Fascinating conversation. I'm like, yes. Mm-hmm. And that was the thinking during the 1920s, right? When you talk about writers, like it makes me think about Porgy and Bess in a different way, right? Well, I always thought about it in a different way. Yes, I still love the music, but also that organization helps pay for Porgy and Bess to go into production. I was fascinated. This is fascinating to me. I don't know about anybody else, but to me it is. I find it interesting. I find it fascinating.
What was the argument he was making about the Civil War, though? Like, they were using these cultural productions to suggest that the Civil War was Northern aggression? Like, what's the argument?
No, the argument is, when he's bringing up the point of how these people were for the idea of preserving the memory of how black people, particularly enslaved people, were the happy slave. To perpetuate that idea in the 1920s. Because he's in the 1920s, and you have these people who, when you talk about, Du Bois and others, they were considered the liberals of the time, the progressive people, and they were the ones that were better suited for writing and depicting black life. And they felt that even black writers at the time, they didn't feel who the powers that be, the powers that be decided that, black writers were not yet in the position of writing about black lives or depicting black lives because they were too close to it. That was a fascinating conversation, and I want to read this now. I really want to read this book.
Yes.
And who gets this?
Right.
Oh no, go ahead, Ben.
No, it sounds good. I mean, I know the history of like the rise of. I don't know that specific society, but I know that history pretty well, like the rise of folklore as an academic enterprise. This is, they were a savage or uncivilized population, and its preservation is worth preserving as a kind of world cultural phenomenon on the one hand. But yeah, black people didn't have not only were they too close to it, but also they didn't have the training to do it. But that society is kind of interesting. I have to check it out because it was in the 20s when the black writers started, and thinkers started to really take Du Bois's lead from Soul. Soul came out in 03. Really began to take his lead and to take something like the spirituals as a serious cultural phenomenon. The Johnson brothers, J. Rosamond Johnson and James Leonard Johnson, their book of spirituals comes out in 1925. So, in a way, I'm interested to see what he does in the book. In a way, you had a kind of Southern counter-programming to the Harlem Renaissance. Like, that's how I like to think about it sometimes. You see these new Negroes trying to reclaim this culture as their cultural ticket, or their ticket into modernity, and therefore equality and freedom on the one hand. So Alain Locke esteems the spirituals, and he says yada yada yada. But these people, like you're talking about, saying, well, actually, it's evidence of your backwardness and not backwardness, but not readiness. It's on the sort of threshold of history. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, not even to write about it, right? So you're not, you do not have the expertise or the experience to write about the Black experience, right? And I think that's fascinating. And I also think it's fascinating that he picks South Carolina, he picks Charleston, in which we see all of this writing comes from, where we see, writers like Sherwood Henderson, right, when he writes about it. Because he opens the book with Henderson, I think he wrote an article in Vanity Fair in 1926, in a way in which he, writes about how he is envious of, African American culture. And which is fascinating to me, because the idea of, I think this is the idea of gatekeeping, right? From white people. And he also made the argument of talking about Slave Day and how that comes about, and how Slave Day is used as a part of memory or perpetuating the idea of, the happy slave and plantation life, isn't as bad. It's not as bad as everyone thinks. We're all big one happy family, and they were happy. They didn't complain, and it perpetuates that idea, right? But he does talk about it from the cultural production perspective. And I think that's the thing that's fascinating, because, culture is used to move those ideas forward. And people underestimate it. And yeah. So you should check it out. I thought it was fascinating. I thought it was a fascinating conversation.
Yeah. They were very successful at, I don't know if the writers in the 20s and 30s, Southern writers in the 20s and 30s, kind of people you're talking about, I don't know if they were necessarily, they probably wouldn't object to, well, they probably won't do slavery. It's not that they were pro-slavery insofar that they want people to go back to slavery, but what they were talking about was, what they were trying to do was to show how much happier and how much more society progressed with, limited Black freedom. I think that's more of their argument. I don't think many of them, and these, like you said, these are the liberals. The most famous one of the period would be Faulkner. Faulkner famously, talks about how he would go in the street and kill Negroes if he had to, in order to keep the white Southern way of life, even though he was anti-slavery and believed in some forms of Black civil rights. So very complicated.
Yeah, it is.
Liberal, Southern white liberal.
Yes, because as he was talking, and I was thinking, yes, Faulkner had came to mind while I was listening to this conversation. And so, yeah, exactly. Not to your point, not that they, want slavery again, but this, yeah. And memory is important. That's why I'm always fascinated by narratives, right? I think storytelling, for me, and this is probably why I'm so interested in reading novels and the history, and more so on the cultural side of it, because it goes to memory, and it goes to the idea of what should be remembered, how it should be remembered, and who should keep these memories, and who should continue these memories. So I'm constantly thinking about that.
by losing the war, there's a thing where like when you win a thing, and you keep moving. Hold on 1 second. Oh, come on. You win a thing, and you say, we win, we keep moving, we won militarily, culturally, we're superior. The North kind of moves on from the Civil War, and the South never did. And, when you see all the debates about Montgomery, and this is what I was reading in the National Review from the 50s, 54, 55, 56. You see all those debates about Brown and everything. They're really talking about the Civil War and reinventing it in particular kinds of ways.
Yes.
And the cultural piece is probably, the most effective on the everyday Southerner.
Mm-hmm.
And in some ways, that's the source of Southern power. It's obviously not economy. It's culture, and through the culture, that's how they get political power. And the conservatives of the North, the founders of the conservative movement, Buckley and all his people, I forget his professor at Yale. There was one particular professor at Yale. There was a very important guy at Chicago. He wrote a book called, what's the name of the book? I can't remember the name of the book, but he had a column. They were not. There was one guy, I think maybe Gilpatrick was his name. He was a newspaper writer in Virginia. But the point I'm trying to make is a lot of these people that feed the culture of the guy you're talking about, the book you're talking about, he's talking about the South. A lot of the people that revive the South actually aren't Southerners. And, Buckley's obviously from the Northeast, from New England, Connecticut, what have you. And so the way they can do that is through, like you said, through culture, but also memory and creating new memories.
Yes.
Of those times, which they just oftentimes make up out of whole cloth. The other thing that they did, yes, I'll leave that there. But yeah, I look forward to reading the book because I don't think people realize how much a country this big is really controlled. These sort of memories are really controlled by a small set of people. It really is these little societies and people who have vested interest.
Yes. Yes. Yes, and when I think about this too, it's not so much about the past. Yes, the past is important, but they're always thinking about the present. It's about the present. It's not so much about, yes, they use the past. The use of the past is important to frame the present. So they're always thinking, that's what they're, to me, in my mind. I could be wrong, but this is how I'm thinking about it. They are always thinking about the present. And they're using that past to create something that is present. And, there's no need for the average person to think about the past. I look at Westerns that way. When I watch Westerns from the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and even the TV Westerns, it's not about the past, it's about shaping the present. That's how I look at and see film. Yes, I enjoy film.
Can you repeat that again? Can you repeat that again, please?
About how they're always framing the present by using the past.
I thought about that. Like, the present is literally a present. The present is an actual gift. It's the present. That's why this is a gift. Right now, it's a gift. It's a present. It's like they all exist in the trifecta: the past, the now, and the future. It all happens in a frequency. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, man, woman, child, sun, moon, stars. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, past, present, future. It's deep shit, man. Yo, you know, I don't know. I've been wanting to have this conversation with anyone who's seen Joe Turner's Come and Gone.
All right, sure. We can talk about it later. So, Rambo, you can go ahead and change it, bro.
I'm sorry?
That we can, go ahead, you can change the convo. Sure, we can continue our conversation. We wrap up last 15 minutes later. Everybody else. Go ahead, Rambo.
I'm fine with that. We're good.
Nah, it was just, you know, there was just a scene in the play, and it really, you know, it was really touching. When he discovers who he is, I forgot the character's name, pardon me, I'm a little right now, and, you know, he's the guy that's searching for his wife, who he lost, because Joe Turner came through, took him away for, I think, 7 years or something like that, and he, you know, when he goes, his wife leaves, and she has to get away, and she goes and leaves baby girl at her mother's house to be cared for, and you know they meet and they culminate. But there's so many points. There's one portion where he confronts the fact that he still has that spirit of Joe Turner, and they ask him and say, "Do you know your song? What is your song?" And it's the Joe Turner song. There's actually a song out there. I got to listen to it. It was made way back when. But yeah, man, it was just a touching point in the play where everything came to surface and he came to realize what his plight was and what his trauma was. And they all gathered around him, and it was just the lightning in the background. It was dope. It was a very profound scene. So yeah. So. And I know you guys know the metaphor of who Joe Turner is, right? So.
Well, what did that have to do with the conversation that was at play?
Nothing at all. I just listen, guys. I just was on a different plane. Pardon me, but thank you for listening to me. I'm gonna check it back to your conversation. We'll unpack this another time. Thank you.
There's nothing to, what is to unpack?
That's not right.
You just gave the plot. All you did was talk about a plot of a story you saw. I missed most of the details. There's nothing to unpack, bro.
What details did I miss, man?
We was having a convo. You come
pardon me.
Everybody doesn't stop.
Pardon me, Sherry. Pardon me, Sherry.
His name is Loomis, and the woman's name is
Loomis. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Loomis. All right, cool. All right, I don't understand it, man. That's just insane. Sherry, what was the last thing you were saying? Do you remember?
Yes, I was just talking about the present. I was just talking about the way to continue the past, but they're always thinking about the present. That's what I was talking about. We can have this conversation at another time. The spirit has left me. It's left. It's gone.
Yeah. It's insane.
Bless his heart.
We can go back to the basketball game, you know. Yes.
I think the last thing he was talking about was Westerns and how, even though they're depicting
the past,
supposedly or ostensibly the history or past moments, they're actually doing work for the present. I think that's where you left off, Sherry.
Yes, that's where I left off. That's exactly my point. Yes.
Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, part of the depiction of like the happy Negro in the past, you know, the way it kind of plays out, and stuff we were talking about before. Hold on a second. Ooh, it's hot. 600 degrees. 600 degrees. When I tell that bitch, please restore all those in your D's, because you get none of these at ease. Rolling. Is that, you know, I'm sorry, I lost the whole, I can't do it. I lost my whole train of thought. I gotta move to this chick. This app is just an insane asylum.
Sean weigh in? Just the Sherry, are you there?
I'm here.
Sherry.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I guess another way. I guess for I to get back on. Anybody can speak on the topic if you want, or you could just change it. Whatever the fuck you want to do, whatever you want to free at. Is it is interesting how Southern elites, particularly cultural producers, out at them, they emphasized less the effects of, all things considered. Basically, it's interesting how much they focused their the sort of cultural warfare they were waging on the fate and the happiness or lack thereof of the black person, as opposed to the unhappiness or happiness of white people, and especially like poor white people. Kind of propaganda around the Negro is fascinating. You might think, okay, you have these Negroes who are freed. What are its effects on white people? Now, your arch conservatives, your Klans, your citizen councils, etc., they're talking about, race mixing, miscegenation, rape, and all that kind of stuff. But your Southern liberals and your elites, who, while like you said, might be against slavery, they are very, very clear. They're the target of their, not the target, the subject. What they are interested in this piece of their depictions are the Negro. And it speaks to the kind of class divide among white people themselves. So Southern elites who engage in this kind of work, they spend less time talking about like working class white people or poor white people than they do the Negro. And so we have to go back to a time or go to a time of relative, of stark racial inequality in the law and society and culture, because the Negroes aren't happy. I always find that kind of interesting. A lot of the great movies, the Porgy, they don't talk about the poor whites in Charleston.
No, they don't.
You know what I'm saying? Or
no, they don't.
What's the other one? There's another one I was thinking of that came to mind, but I can't remember.
Well, Gone with,
I'm trying to get us back on track.
Gone with the Wind, where it's a little, it's always about the Negro, and it's never about those poor white folks.
That's right.
And so, yes, and also that cultural production work does not happen without, they need the Negro. It doesn't exist without the Negro. Because it's also this idea of a fantasy too. This fantasy that white people have about the Negro. Which is another interesting thing about it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They have to fantasize about a certain type of marginalized figure, because they don't talk about people within their own group who are suffering. So I don't know. It's hard to get back on track. It's I don't know. I'm getting old.
I know that. Welcome to the club.
In that cultural production, where does most death rank among actors?
Oh, no, not most death. You know what? He's not that bad of an actor. He really isn't. Y'all need to stop. Well, then I saw him on stage with Jeffrey Wright when he did Top Dog, Underdog.
Sherry, I think it's just his look that makes him look like he's not a good actor. He looks, I don't know.
Well, who said he was a bad? I heard somebody say that, but I've actually never heard anybody say Mos Def wasn't a good actor. Who said that? I never.
Mos Def is a great actor.
I never heard.
He's a great actor.
And Richard Wright is.
It also might have said it because Devon.
Richard Wright is a great actor.
Devon brought
Richard
him
Wright
up.
is a terrible actor. What's going on? Richard Wright?
Richard Wright?
Richard Wright act before? I saw him he did a version of Native Son in Brazil. He was too old. It was terrible. Richard Wright is a great actor. What's happening?
Or did you mean Jeffrey Wright?
Oh, Jeffrey Wright?
Yeah, not the judge. No, yeah, I was talking about the actor. The actor. Yeah.
What judge? What?
Jeffrey Wright. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. Incredible actor.
It's hard to.
I think the problem was he just never got enough good roles.
Who?
Most Def.
I mean, I don't know if he wanted to do it.
That's another thing too. Because he did walk away. That's another thing too. That's another thing.
He made a bunch of movies. He was good in his movies. He did Broadway. Then he went to Africa and did his thing. Made a lot of money. He likes to.
Yeah.
Sometimes people don't want to.
Don't want to do it. They just don't want to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure he got lots of good offers, but he did silly stuff. He was funny in what's it called? He was funny in Brown Sugar. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
He was also in one. It was about a VHS old store that I think that was closing down. I think it was with Jack Black.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's hilarious.
That was a good one. Yeah,
and he's also, is he in Next Day Air? Is that him? No. He's in one of those like weird, dark comedies where people get killed. He's very good comedy. He's talented.
Yeah, he's completely down. Yeah, wasn't Be Kind and Rewind? Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah, Be Kind, Rewind. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know who said that he couldn't act. Was that Devon? No.
I want to say it was Walter. Something about they brought him up and then they started.
Brother said he can't act, and it was next day. It was next day air. Excuse me. It was next day air. He was the driver that the weed got delivered to the wrong apartment, and they tried to get the weed back.
Yeah, I just want to get me,
FedEx driver.
And that's why.
Look at that.
And that's why I stay with the pink ticket. I'm just, there's no love. There's no love here, and that's okay. I did make a joke earlier, but he
And you
definitely
just gonna let Austin take the straight. That's great.
Well, who y'all blamed it on wasn't on me. He really experiences. He came back to the mic.
It took him a while, but he got there. I'm glad he played that.
Thank you, First Lady.
She said Mos Def is definitely a great natural actor. What's an unnatural actor? What does that mean? What's an unnatural actor?
Wilt Chamberlain fighting against who was it? Bruce Lee in that movie. Y'all see that? Horrible. He definitely was unnatural.
Oh, she meant untrained. Someone who uses Meisner. Oh, not too much on one of the great acting teachers of the 20th century. We got 3 great acting teachers, Americans. You got Adler, Meisner, and Strasberg. Not too fucking much, Fishbelly.
takes visibility seriously. After he said he couldn't be with the underclass on air. He couldn't be with the underclass. That thing cracked me up. Oh God, that was great.
The underclass. Oh my.
Yeah, he always uses the term underclass. I kind of want to start using it. It's hilarious. He said he couldn't fly with the underclass. Oh, that was funny. Ain't no wrong on today. But yeah, you guys should read. Faulkner did an interview, I think after Brown in '54. I think it was after Brown. And while he was sympathetic to racial equality and sympathetic to universal freedom, he thought that the country was moving too fast and that the federal government and the Northerners were infringing upon Southerners' way of life. And he literally said he would go on the street and kill Negroes if it progressed too fast, if that's what it came to. I remember he's a Southern liberal. So I'm looking forward to that book share. Oh yeah, Faulkner was a really.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking forward to the book. Oh, people really flipped out Brown. I'm reading the National Review in the years of Brown and after Montgomery, and people really flipped out. I mean, they went insane. Brown and Montgomery bus boycott. Brown was the one. Brown they really hated. Which yeah, I would say there's a segment of America that never recovered. They could never, because you have. I mean, if you think about it, it doesn't seem quick, but 54, then 64, 65, 68. I'm sure I'm sure there's a few things. I think 67. There's a few legislative victories there. I mean, things happen. That's fairly, quick. I mean, now it's taken, since what Black folk lost almost everything in Plessy v. Ferguson. But yeah, there's a segment of a large segment of the white population that never recovered from that.
I was gonna say, Brother Messi, there's been this sentiment online as you all's children get on the internet, like the white Gen Alpha and younger white Gen Z, I guess, and they're learning about this history as we get further away from it. And they were like, "Oh, white people can't call us soft," when they were crying if a black person used a water fountain. They're learning about this, and they're like, "What is wrong with y'all?" They're totally opposing their grandparents. I think it's funny, but they're like, "Y'all were crying over black people using the bathroom and getting on the bus, and y'all are calling us."
Yeah, I mean, it's bad when they're like, we don't even want you to learn the history. But there's so many questions with young people. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why folks were so pressed to not teach, history to young people. Especially now, there's just a lot of questions that people have. Until when they're older, and all their stereotypes are fully set in. Anyway.
But to Ben's point, I guess it did shift. The amount it shifted it in that short period of time, it is very jarring when you think about it in a zoomed out lens of history. It was funny to me that my grandma a couple years ago, when the new football league started, the UFL or the XFL, whatever, we were watching a game and she was like, I thought it was funny, but she was like, "Oh, blacks and whites are playing together." The NFL took a long time to integrate, but her perspective, it was just so funny. I laughed so hard. But the fact that it wasn't that long ago how far things really have come, and it was kind of quick in a way. If you were like a white racist, how society shifted. If you were somebody who lived in like Arkansas or Mississippi or places that were like more heavily segregated than others, it is very drastic.
The flip is, you know, when we, what is this? 68, you got seeing the riots after King, is that when King was assassinated? You know, you have, you know, the promise of, you know, you have all this sort of legislation, and you have this moment, and the frustration of like, yeah, we're gonna have to move faster. Like, it's reading scholars writing about sort of the frustrations of that time and sort of how you get the looting and the rioting after this, and you know, on the precipice of hope, and then you have this, you know, this moment and what it means, you know, like social change and social movements is really interesting. There's a lot of trauma that comes from that moment, from that period of time. I mean, there's a lot of people dying, a lot of people being murdered. And I know we joke about Trump, and you know, his 13, you know, quote unquote assassination attempts. But when you think about all the people in that period of time who were killed, it is a lot, given all the other things that are happening at that time. It's a wild time.
Yeah, when I was watching a play about James Baldwin's life, most of the play fixated around the people he lost in such a short period of time that he was close to, actually. Like the Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and then Medgar Evers, all at one time. It was a lot, and that was just like a couple. There were so many people that he was like close to in his life, which ended pretty early, that were impactful, that were all killed.
Oh, okay. One thing I think that the court overlooked. Hold on one second. It's just one thing that is always kind of. You guys talk about the speed. You guys were talking about the speed at which things change. I'm thinking in the 50s. One thing. Which the extent to which you know, they did not account, and this was a lot of the conservatives' arguments were based in this one, just how it just disrupted people's way of life, and you know, one of the big arguments against Brown, for example, was not a constitutionalist one, but the argument. There was a bunch of them against it, obviously, but like it just out of tradition. And so there were the traditionalist arguments. That's why what Sherry was saying, that's what's what fascinated me about is how they so many of the anti-integration people, you know, the Southern, especially the Southern liberals, you know, they were saying, you know, we might be okay, but it's actually the Negro who's going to suffer the most. And it's fascinating to through how, you know, were they disingenuous or not disingenuous? I'm sure a lot of it was shaped by being disingenuous.
But a lot of people that do the Jim Crow nostalgia thing, that's actually the line of argument that they are doing a scene from Amen Corner. Oh, that's a great play. Amen Corner. Just about elevate Amen Corner. I actually think I like it better than Giovanni. I have to think about not Giovanni's room. We'll talk about it, but I have to think about it. But anyway, they don't. It's fascinating to me that people don't know that's the line of argument they're picking up. Is the Southern liberals said, the Negroes are going to be unhappy if they do this. They're going to be unhappy if they get fully enfranchised. They're going to be unhappy. The way of life is going to be disrupted. There's going to be a set of expectations on them. And if you fully enfranchise them, they're not prepared to be full citizens yet. So, they're taking this, what they think is a pragmatic approach, when in fact what it is, pragmatic approach, and it's the courts just ignore the realities on the ground. There was in 1957, I was reading about this, in 1957, in the Civil Rights Act, one thing that they got struck out of, was, when the bill was originally written and conceived and written, they wanted to have judges preside over civil rights cases, not juries. And opponents of the bill got that stripped out. And so they were arguing for jury nullification on the grounds of, we don't want judicial activists and we don't want the judges telling the people what to do. And so a lot of cases, and of course this is in the wake of Emmett Till, right? So I have no self.
Yeah, that's definitely heard that. You see that to some degree not to some degree. You see that in so speaking of social science, the social sciences from last night. You see that in the way that sociologists were talking about it in the 50s and 60s. They were talking about Black people being sort of unable to fully integrate into society, right? Their culture, whatever. Right? They're not prepared. They're just not a group that can fully be understood to get be able to integrate into society for a number of reasons. Yeah, it was some of those people are Black. Shout out to Ration.
The Jim Crow nostalgia is just so ahistorical to me. I mean, of course, none of them read. But even if you wanted to take them up on this, we were better off when we had our own towns and stuff, they're anti what they would call bourgeoisie, and those are all people who built all the towns. So I've never understand how we supposed to go back, but then y'all don't want all the rich Blacks that was fronting the townships. It always been.
Yeah, I know. It's like, oh yeah, they built these towns. They had doctors and lawyers and professors and librarians. 5 minutes later, you book niggas out and y'all just so bougie. I can't stand you. Okay, it's all over the place.
Like the Boule did it all.
Exactly. What they call the Boule was the people who did the very thing that they want to go back to. It is interesting. Brother, you were making the point about the preparedness. So one of the things that I'm getting by reading, a bunch of responses, conservative and some Southern white liberal responses to Brown and their objections, which is just totally fascinating to me, is that they were kind of making the argument, I need some oil. God damn it. They were kind of making the argument that, hold on a second. When we wore that thing down, I'm gonna hit you from the back. What's that video? Watched that video 8 times the other day. Right back.
It's hilarious.
What's up, everyone?
What's up, Igor?
Igor.
That's crazy. He heard all down, hit it from the back, and he wanted to come on stage. That's amazing. Hey, Igor.
Oh my God.
Yeah. No, I want to ask brother. I actually have a question. So I didn't understand. You were saying that there is nostalgia in black community for the redlining, or I misunderstood it?
Not well for that period of time. Yeah, I know it is hard to explain. So there's actually a book that does a really good job of explaining it. It's literally called The Jim Crow Nostalgia by oh my God, I'm forgetting people's names. By Michelle Boyd. Boyd. Yeah. And she talks about she's looking at
It's not so much.
now she's looking at Chicago in particular, and a particular neighborhood in Chicago called Brownsville. But yeah, basically it's this sort of
Brownsville?
No, Bronzeville.
It sounded like you said Brownsville.
Oh, sorry. No. I might have. That was an accident. It was Bronzeville. Been hanging around these New Yorkers too long. Talking about Brownsville. But yeah, essentially, Igor, it's sort of a misremembering of that particular time, right? And sort of this elevated, this oversimplification of that period of time, and sort of focusing on the small, black people used to, when black people were, in their own neighborhoods, they had their own shops, right? So it's like this over-exaggeration of a period of time, as if everyone was doing well, as if sort of there was racism, there was, legally enforced racial discrimination, but they were sort of protected in these cocoons, in this sort of bubble. They got to live their lives sort of separate in a way. And so in the book, she talks about how that's a misremembering. But people do this a little bit when they talk about like Tulsa and Greenwood and Black Wall Street, right? Sort of this misremembering and this complete erasure of the sort of the norm of people's lives in these spaces, and the terror, right? And sometimes that's strategic. She was talking about sort of the revitalization of their area, and so they were using this strategically as sort of build sort of support for this bringing back of a community. But yeah, it's but essentially, I think you put it well. It's sort of this this wanting to go back to the time when redlining was legally enforced and backed by the So does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't understand because I was kids, and I thought I heard you that, so I just want to clarify.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
But it is as nonsensical as when you heard it.
It's weird.
You said people misredlining.
Go, Sherry, sorry.
Oh, no. I was disagreeing. It sounds crazy.
Ben, are you back? I didn't know you.
To be fair, brother, I thought that you were saying that about white community, not black, so that's why I need to...
Oh, okay. Well,
that
there's a little bit of that too.
Yeah, I
Now,
wouldn't be surprised.
yeah. There's definitely that. Heard it. To that point, I heard someone on the app a couple of days ago say that they were going to, for no real reason other than they wanted to hear. No, I gotta say this. I forgot to mention this. That they wanted to read Thomas Dixon's The Klansman, because they wanted to hear that perspective. That's all.
Oh my God, who is that person? The only reason why I would read that would be if I'm doing a paper and I'm doing research. That's the only way I would read that book.
He wanted to know.
He said he wanted another perspective on Reconstruction.
Not another perspective. Oh my God.
I mean, I speak with Neo today.
Who was that? Who said that? Gildas?
It was Thunder.
Oh, Thunder's an idiot.
Who's Thunder?
It's a young black man.
Thundercat.
I didn't know he was back on the app.
I didn't either.
Back then he was talking about all the books he was reading, and he said, "Yeah, next I'm reading the Klan."
Well, he's under a different name. I didn't recognize the name.
It's like lightning or something.
Oh my God.
Oh, lightning, thunder. Wow, very creative.
Yes.
Unexpected.
Yes.
No, it's still dumb. I forgot what I was going to say. That book I looked at, it's called Ideas Have Consequences. But I forgot why I was looking for that. But what was I talking about before I needed to get to oil for the corn?
Southern liberals.
Yeah. You were talking about the preparedness. Yeah.
Yeah. So that actually, that's what's so fascinating. So there's a couple of things. So some people just had like just straight up white supremacist, racial elitism. Whites are better, and they should be in charge, and they have a duty, run your Kipling style. But a lot of Southern liberals, and even some conservatives too, their argument was not that the black would always be in this case, but for right now, they're just not ready. And so it makes them feel a little more feels a little more palatable for many reasons. And they would frequently cite, for example, Booker Washington, because that's how people read Booker Washington. But the responses to, I'm a little off topic, but the responses to Brown really ran the gambit. And it really threw people off. I also think Eisenhower sending in was 101st Airborne of Little Rock after Governor Favis sent in the State National Guard to keep him out, really shook people. And that, I don't know if a lot of people today, when they talk about like federal government intervention and small government stuff, they don't know that the roots of that's not long standing. That's actually from the 1950s and desegregation. I could name some names, but a lot of people don't know that their arguments come from basically the founding of the conservative movement, which was founded, as a rejection of segregation. I'm not going to go too much deeper into it. I've talked enough. Y'all can do your thing. I mean, I can mute up.
We're gonna oil some corn. Do you mind giving us the name of the book again?
I can't remember why I brought it up, but it was just somebody that wrote for Buckley. It's called Ideas Have Consequences. It's one of the main pillars of the intellectual pillars of the modern conservative movement. Called Ideas. Okay.
Brother, so I called Neo today.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, and I told him he was born in Yugoslavia.
Did y'all hear that? That's a huge burp. That's hilarious. He's doing well.
He had a lot of work. He will be back in a few minutes.
She's selling hookah on the market, so she can't help.
Amaya, who said what? About they're just not ready yet, and in the future they will be? Oh, we're talking about Sherry coming to this book she read. So this is Southern liberal, Southern white liberal. In the wake of